our national anthem today, led by the Honourable Member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Speaker. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons command, car ton brave c'est porter le pays, il sait porter la croix, ton histoire est une épopée, des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Bravo.
The open. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, there are countless community groups that are making a difference in Elmwood-Transcona each and every day, and I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize some of their efforts and achievements. For 50 years, the Transcona Pipe Band has showcased our Scottish-Canadian community's heritage with innovative bagpiping and drumming presentations that have captured the imaginations of audiences at home and around the world. I'd like to acknowledge Dave Stewart and the numerous parent volunteers that devote their precious time and energy to this respected Transcona institution. The Together in Elmwood Parent-Child Coalition and the Elmwood East Kildonan Active Living Centre are two other organizations that provide valuable programming to the community. These groups play an integral role in improving the quality of life of local residences and especially youth and seniors. I am glad to recognize Lalani Esteban and Con Gislason for their hard work and commitment to supporting our community members, young and old, to live up to their fullest potential. I wish to thank these groups and the many others for all that they do to build a better community for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And the Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, winter is finally behind us. In York South-Weston, this cold, harsh season was made warmer and brighter by a dedicated group of volunteers who for the third year ran the Mount Dennis Outdoor Community Skating Rink in Piran Park. I was delighted to host a family day skating party there. Over 400 individuals learned to skate at the rink this past season. Nearly 900 used the free skate loan program. The rink continued its fine tradition of making a positive difference in the community, one smile and one skating lesson at a time. With a tip of my toque, I'd like to congratulate rink coordinator Simon Chamberlain, who received a Volunteer Toronto Award for his outstanding efforts, and Ice Master Guy Ruggieri and his over 40 volunteers who gave generously of their time to make this grassroots initiative a smashing success. Margaret Mead said, "A small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has." That's a fitting tribute to the Mount Dennis volunteers.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Humboldt.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, a fire broke out at the Irene and Leslie Dubé Centre for Mental Health, creating thick smoke. After having to retreat from the building several times due to the smoke, two of Saskatoon Health Region's security team members, Chris Clark and Tyler Campbell, bravely rescued a trapped female patient from a burning room in the centre. It was a scary situation, but we knew someone was in there and we needed to get them out, so we were going to do whatever we could to make that happen, Clark said. Fortunately, the fire was isolated to a single room and no one was seriously injured, thanks in part to the actions of these two men. This March the 6th, both Corporal Clark and Mr. Campbell received Medals of Bravery from Governor-General David Johnstone for their part in this rescue. Corporal Clark and Mr. Campbell, on behalf of the House of Commons and the citizens of Saskatoon-Humboldt, I would like to extend our thanks. Your bravery and concern for the needs of others are an example for us all. You represent the best of Canada.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Sydney-Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize a renowned Cape Bretoner, William Bull Marsh, who recently passed away over the weekend. Bull was born in Waterford on January 21, 1922. After serving 4 years during the Navy in World War II, Bull went to work in the Waterford's No. 12 colliery. Then he transferred to No. 16, where he began his work with the United Mine Workers of America. In 1958, he was elected president of District 26 and held that position for 22 consecutive years. He was the longest-serving president in the District 26 history. In 1965, there were 6,500 miners working in Cape Breton, and Bull played a major role in securing their livelihoods. He had an amazing talent as a speaker. In his leisure time, you would see him fishing, hunting, or training his Labrador retrievers. Giving the miners a fair deal is what Bull stood for. His impact on the community was remarkable, and he will be fondly remembered for many more years to come.
The honourable member for Langley.
Mr. Speaker, this morning at a press conference on Parliament Hill, Canadians from all walks of life called on the government to protect religious freedoms in Canada. Canada is recognized as a country that advocates for human rights and religious freedoms internationally. Canada's excellent international reputation is due to our government's strong stand on human rights and the outstanding work of Canada's Ambassador for Religious Freedoms. We also need to focus on the religious freedoms in Canada to protect the charter rights of all Canadians. Religious freedoms are integral to the fabric of the Canadian identity. It's at the core of who we are as a tolerant and pluralistic society. It's central to our culture, our history, and has shaped us as a nation. Mr. Speaker, recent intolerant attacks on religious freedoms in Canada are being condemned. I call on all members of this House to commit themselves to protect our religious freedoms. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Laval, Les Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today in this House, March 25th, to commemorate a Greek's national holiday. In addition to being the very founders of democracy, philosophy, and theatre, the Greek people have provided proof time and time again over the course of history of their resilience, courage, desire to exist and to be. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have had the good fortune of having one of the largest Greek communities in Quebec in my riding of Laval and Les Îles. So it's with pleasure that I invite my fellow citizens from Laval, but also all of my colleagues in this House, to participate in the various activities and festivities organized by the Greater Montreal Greek community on the weekend. Activities I will participate in with pride. I would also like to invite you to the parade, which will take place on Jean Talon Street in Montreal. Year after year, we see the vibrant Greek culture in my riding. Long live the Greek people of Laval, Quebec, and Canada. Long live Greece.
The honourable member for Richmond
Mr.
Hill.
Speaker, today marks the 194th anniversary of the great rebellion of the Greek people against the Ottoman Empire, liberating a nation after almost 400 years of illegal occupation. On this March 25th and throughout this week, Canadians of Hellenic descent will be celebrating this National Day of Independence with parades and community events across Canada, including Montreal, Toronto, Ottawa, Winnipeg, Calgary, Vancouver, and many more. In my riding of Richmond Hill, the Hellenic Canadian community of York region will be hosting a Greek school celebration at the Hellenic Academy of York, located at Pleasantville Public School, with student performances including poems, songs, and traditional Greek dances. Mr. Speaker, we salute all Canadians of Greek heritage during this time of celebration and recognize their important and positive contributions to Canada. I would like to wish everyone in York regions, throughout Canada, and indeed throughout the world, a very happy Greek Independence Day. Zito 25 Martiu, Χρόνια πολλά. Thank you.
The honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to sincerely congratulate the Orangeville Colonel Fitzgerald Branch 233 Royal Canadian Legion on its 80th anniversary. Wow. Since 1935, this exemplary Legion branch has been an integral member of our community through its extraordinary efforts to ensure that the imperative act of remembrance has been passed from generation to generation. Furthermore, this tremendous organization has continued to dedicate itself to enriching our community by sponsoring youth groups such as Girl Guides, escorting veterans to and from medical appointments, hosting the annual Senior Christmas Lunch, as well as public events such as Canada Day, Founders Day, and of course Remembrance Day. This Saturday, the Orangeville Legion will be hosting its anniversary celebration, so that this excellent time for all of us to recognize and thank this outstanding Legion for its exceptional service to our community and country.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, In keeping with the Conservative government's constant mismanagement of the temporary foreign worker program, next Wednesday a large number of temporary foreign workers, this government won't actually tell us how many, must leave Canada. Among them workers who have already filed applications for permanent residency and are at present waiting for an answer. Mr. Speaker, these workers followed the rules. They came to Canada, worked hard and contributed to our economy. This government changed the rules midstream. Based on an arbitrary deadline, they are going to send these workers away. It's unfair and it's heartless. Mr. Speaker, we are calling on the Conservative government to allow temporary foreign workers who have submitted an application for permanent residency to be able to stay in Canada as their applications are reviewed and answered. We are also calling on this government to take immediate steps to restore pathways to citizenship for all temporary foreign workers as part of a full review of the badly mismanaged temporary foreign worker program.
The honourable member for Brampton Springdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mothers and fathers should be able to make the important decisions that affect their own children. That's why our new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit will give 100% of families with kids an average of nearly $2,000 per child. That's nearly $12,000 per child over their 6 years of age. What do we hear from that side of the House, Mr. Speaker? We hear new taxes, high debt, and the removal of all of these benefits we've brought forward to help Canadian families. Canadians don't want their money funneled into bureaucratic black holes. They don't want higher taxes. Mr. Speaker, they need tax relief and support that they can use as they see fit. And that's exactly what we're delivering on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pellan. Mr. Speaker, despite its hard work on achieving gender equality at all levels, the Laval Status of Women Dialogue Table has noted that there are still many stumbling blocks when it comes to the representation of women on decision-making bodies. This disappointing finding is even more disappointing when we see the government's lack of action on this fact. In 2012, the government committed to creating an advisory council with a mandate to promote the participation of women on boards, public and private alike. Unfortunately, the long-awaited report has still not been released. We could have taken action by supporting the bill standing in the name of the member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles that sought to increase representation by women on boards. But the Conservatives instead preferred the status quo. Mr. Speaker, it's high time to go forward and to ensure that the women of tomorrow will be able to fully contribute to our society using all of their capabilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, our government is keeping our pledge to strengthen support to Canada's veterans and their families. Recently, the Minister of Veteran Affairs announced changes that will ensure the earning loss benefit is calculated in the same way for reserve force veterans as it is for regular force veterans. Mr. Speaker, this is about respect for reservists. This is also about families, as the families of our reserves will have the confidence of knowing they too will benefit in the event of their reserve veteran is seriously injured or killed in the line of duty. Canada's reserves form a crucial component of our armed forces and served our country proudly in Afghanistan. Our Conservative government knows this change is just the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, I recently returned from a moving trip to South Africa on the occasion of the 60th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, the iconic moral compass of the anti-apartheid movement that inspired the creation of a free, democratic, egalitarian and non-racial South Africa with Nelson Mandela, our honorary Canadian citizen, as its first president. I had occasion to meet with Susan Shabangu, South Africa's minister responsible for women on the eve of International Women's Day, whose message was that empowering women was empowering Africa, and indeed it is equally true that empowering women is empowering Canada. I also met with Minister of Justice Cecilio Michael Masuta, discussing the contribution of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and Canadian jurisprudence to South African constitutionalism. And I met with Minister of the Presidency, Jeff Radebe, on the importance of a human rights foreign policy. Mr. Speaker, there's a great potential for a Canada-South Africa partnership in the area of women's rights, constitutionalism and international justice, and where both our countries and peoples will be the beneficiaries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, manufacturing in Southern Ontario remains critical to our nation's economy and long-term prosperity. And since we came to office, we've taken action to support manufacturing and all the jobs it supports in Southern Ontario and across Canada. Mr. Speaker, while our government continues to create and stand up for jobs in the manufacturing sector, the leader of the Liberal Party has been very clear in saying, and I quote, "A large part of it is transitioning away from manufacturing-based employment as a driver of the economy." Well, these comments are further proof that the Liberal leader is an economic novice who is not capable of managing the Canadian economy in a still fragile global economy. Canadians deserve better. That's why our government will continue to focus on jobs, fostering economic growth, and ensuring long-term prosperity for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister offered us a fine speech trying to sell us a long, ill-defined and costly war. The Prime Minister favours military intervention over humanitarian assistance. And the figures speak for themselves. Since the start of 2014, the government has committed $100 million to Iraqis affected by the conflict, but the war on the ground has already cost $122 million, and that's just a small portion of the total cost. Remember that the Canadian mission in Libya ended up costing 6 times more than the initial estimates, and with the extension of operations, it will cost hundreds of millions more. But at the same time, there have been no announcements by the government to increase assistance for Iraq and the region. The motion that we proposed yesterday didn't even include any humanitarian action. In the NDP, we choose people over weapons. The Honourable Member for Lobinière-Chutes-de-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the terrorist death cult of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant has targeted Canada by name. My constituents from Chutes-de-la-Chaudière, Lobinière, believe it's essential that ISIL be degraded to the point that they no longer represent a threat to Canada. Already, thanks to the Royal Canadian Air Force and to our coalition partners, the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant is on the defensive in areas they once held. Our government recognizes that it's in Canada's national interest to participate in the global fight against the jihadi terrorism. The NDP and Liberal leaders do not take the threat of jihadi terrorism seriously. They're out of step with the international community and would pull Canada out of the global fight against jihadi terrorism. I am proud that Canada is doing its part to counter the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant.
Senegal, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Foreign Affairs Minister claimed that Canada's legal basis for bombing in Syria was, quote, the same basis as the Americans, unquote. The United States' justification for war in Syria is that they're defending the Iraqi government. Does the Prime Minister stand by that?
The right honourable.
Mr. Speaker, I think I've already made it very clear that Canada will pursue its air campaign in Syria on the same legal basis that our allies have been pursuing that campaign without challenge for the past several months. Our position, Mr. Speaker, is that ISIL should be given no safe refuge in Syria. The fact that Canada and our allies strongly oppose the Assad regime is, of course, absolutely no reason to allow ISIL safe haven in Canada, in Syria, from which it could launch attacks against us.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
but precisely in Samantha Power's letter to His Excellency Ban Ki-moon on September 23rd, she says that that is the American justification, that they're helping Iraq, and it's at the request of Iraq that they're going into Syria. Donc la question se pose.
So the question that has to be asked today here, Mr. Speaker, is has Canada received, yes or no, a formal request for military intervention in Syria from the Iraqi government? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I can just repeat my answer. The Government of Canada will pursue ISIL in Syria on the same basis as our allies, as our allies have been doing for many months now, Mr. Speaker. That has not been questioned. This legal basis has been established. We accept it, and the government of Iraq has expressed its support for our actions and the actions of our allies. And, Mr. Speaker, our motivation is to ensure the safety of our country against this terrorist caliphate. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Donc, la réponse.
So the answer is no. They have never received a request from Iraq for intervention in Syria, unlike the Americans, who noted that in their letter to the United Nations.
Mr. Speaker, because the Prime Minister says he's following the U.S. model here. The United Nations wrote to the the United States wrote to the Secretary General as required under Article 51 of the UN Charter and laid out their legal case for their planned intervention in Syria. Has the Prime Minister written to the United Nations laying out Canada's justification for their planned intervention in Syria?
Once again, Mr. Speaker, the government is pursuing this action on exactly the same legal basis as its allies. Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what point the leader of the NDP is ultimately making. If he is suggesting, Mr. Speaker, that there is any significant legal risk to lawyers from ISIL taking the government of Canada to court and winning. The government of Canada's view is that the chances of that, Mr. Speaker, are negligible. We are clearly defending not only the wider regional interests, but the
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Extraordinary, Mr. Speaker, living in a Canada where that sort of idiocy passes for argument.
I know the Honourable Leader of the Opposition will want to avoid using terminology like that can cause a great deal of disorder. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Today, will the Prime Minister finally do the right thing, acknowledge this horrific tragedy, and apologize in this House for the Komagata Maru?
That Canada and Canadians have appropriately acknowledged that incident for some time. Mr. Speaker, though, I would be remiss if I didn't return to the previous exchange. And while I obviously won't repeat the terminology used by the Leader of the NDP, if his idea of protecting Canada's national interests is that you don't do everything in your power legally, militarily, and in terms of cooperation with allies to defend the interests of this country against the terrorist caliphate. He and I obviously have very different ideas of what the national interests of this country are.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister of Canada thinks he's above international law also. He's not, and Canada is not. That's all we got.
Leaders from around the world are taking up the cause of Raif Badawi, the Saudi writer sentenced to 10 years in prison and 1,000 lashes for writing a pro-democracy blog. I have met with Ensaif Haida, Mr. Badawi's wife, who lives in Sherbrooke with their 3 children. Her courage is incredibly inspiring, Mr. Speaker. With so much support for Mr. Badawi, what is the Prime Minister waiting for to ensure he is freed so they can be reunited with his family here in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Myself and the Government of Canada have already expressed our opinions on the case of Mr. Badawi. We are in favour of his liberation.
I do want to return to the previous exchange. If the leader of the NDP is suggesting for a moment that there is any case in the international legal community that stands behind ISIL, he is not only wrong, Mr. Speaker. The international community has united in opposition of this group. 5 dozen members of the United Nations have united to confront this international terrorist organization. Canada is working with them. Canada is working not only with people from our own political family, but liberals and social democrats across the world, and taking a strong stand to say this group.
The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's motion explicitly leaves the door open to expanding our combat operations outside of Iraq and Syria against terrorist entities aligned with ISIL. Is the Prime Minister considering sending our bombers or special forces into Yemen or Libya or against Boko Haram in sub-Saharan Africa?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The answer is no, Mr. Speaker. We are not. I thought we were clear on that yesterday, but I'm glad to be clear on it again today. But let me be clear. Where we face organizations, as we do today in Iraq and Syria, that are establishing caliphates, large territorial areas from which they are threatening to launch terrorist attacks against this country, Canada will work with our allies in every single case where that ever occurs to make sure we protect the security of this country.
The motion tabled yesterday by the Prime Minister opened the door to an expansion of the combat mission to other countries beyond Iraq and Syria. Can the Prime Minister reassure this House that he will not use this motion, yesterday's motion, to justify sending military resources to fight ISIL elsewhere in the world? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were clear. We will fight ISIL in its safe haven in Syria, and we will continue to fight ISIL in Iraq. But, Mr. Speaker, it's different from the Liberal Party. Its position is absolutely incomprehensible. They support some military missions, but not others. Mr. Speaker, we are very clear. We always work with our allies to ensure the safety of our country. The Honourable Member for Papineau.
Mr. Speaker, the economic news for the middle class is getting worse, not better. StatsCan just said that the past 15 months have been the weakest period of growth they have ever recorded. There are continued fears of a recession in Alberta, and today, TD forecasted that the unemployment rate will rise this year. Yet the Prime Minister's only plan remains a tax break for the rich. How will that solve any of these problems?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, we know very well that we're in a fragile and uncertain global economy, and of course this country is being impacted by the dramatic fall in oil prices. Mr. Speaker, that is only more reason to stick to the plan that has generated 1.2 million net new jobs since the end of the recession, to lower people's taxes, to make targeted investments in the Canadian economy, and run a very strong fiscal ship, Mr. Speaker. Nobody in the world, other than the leader of the Liberal Party, believes the solutions of any of these problems is to hike taxes on the middle class.
The Honourable Member for
Mr. Speaker, this week, witness after witness has come forward to lay out the critical flaws in Bill C-51. Last night, we heard from retired Supreme Court Justice John Major, who testified that the judicial warrant that Conservatives are fond of calling oversight is simply not oversight. Major said, in order for there to be proper information sharing, there needs to be oversight at the back end. Mr. Speaker, why is the concept of more powers, more oversight such a hard concept for this minister to understand?
Mr. Speaker, as you know, the international jihadi movement has declared war on Canada and its allies. Canadians are being targeted by jihadi terrorists simply because these terrorists hate our society and the values it represents. Jihadi terrorism is not a human right, Mr. Speaker. It is an act of war. And regarding oversight, Mr. Speaker, we believe strongly that third-party, non-partisan, independent, expert oversight of our national security agencies is a much better model than a political intervention in the process. Mr. Speaker, you know there are key powers of the new legislation are subject to judicial review, judicial authorization. We agree with the Supreme Court that CERC is the best model for Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member for Speaker.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's just the opposite of what Justice Major told us last night. But I'm not asking the minister to take my word for things here. I'm asking to listen to the legions of witnesses opposed to this bad bill. Even the Internet's Mozilla Foundation has come out swinging against the sweeping provisions of C-51, calling it, quote, an approach to cybersecurity that only serves to undermine user trust, threaten the openness of the web, and to reduce security of the Internet and its users. What is it going to take for the minister to get the message that sacrificing the rights and freedoms of Canadians won't make Canadians safer?
Mr. Speaker, if the member would really listen to Justice Mayer and the Air India Commission, he would support the provision in Bill C-51 regarding information sharing. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-51 is the most important national security legislation since the 9/11 era. It is designed for the 9/11 era, a new legislation for a new era in terms of security threats. Who said that, Mr. Speaker? Professor Elliot Tepper from Carleton University. Where was the member when the witness said that, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Alfred Belin. Yesterday at committee, we heard from still more expert witnesses who take issue with C-51. The Ontario Provincial Police Deputy Commissioner responsible for counter-terrorism, Scott Todd, has warned the government that C-51 will give additional responsibility to police forces without any new resources. Police forces will have no choice but to redirect resources currently used for fighting organized crime. What is the minister's plan to ensure that our police officers continue to do their jobs? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, over the last 9 years, our government has increased resources for the RCMP 7 times. In total, that's an increase of over a third in the budget for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to count on the support of the NDP for our police forces, and we will continue to follow this path to ensure that our police forces have the necessary resources to fight terrorists and also that they have the tools that they need, and that is why Bill C-51 is on the table. The honourable member for Alfred Belin. It's not only police officers who are concerned about the consequences of C-51. The government of Quebec has denounced the fact that C-51 will give CSIS, and I quote, such vast powers, including the possibility to take certain actions that violate the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. The Conservative majority at committee has refused to hear from Quebec ministers. Why does the government refuse to hear from those who will have to apply their half-baked bill? Honourable Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, the main role of a government is to ensure the safety of its citizens against a terrorist threat, and that is exactly what we are doing. We are doing that, Mr. Speaker, in cooperation with provincial and territorial governments, and that is why I have had a number of meetings, including with Minister Thériault from Quebec and with other provincial representatives, and we will continue to make sure that police forces and intelligence services work together to ensure the protection of citizens, and we agree with the government of Quebec on that.
Honourable member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, a report published today by the Environmental Law Centre of the University of Victoria raises very troubling questions about the so-called political activities audits being undertaken by the Canada Revenue Agency. It analyzes the alarming lack of clarity in the rules governing political activities for charities. It's now clear the government must immediately suspend these audits and fix the broken system. Will the Conservatives finally put a stop to this and clean up the mess they've created?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Speaker, that member knows full well that CRA audits occur at arm's length from government. They are conducted free of any political interference or motivation. The CRA Charities Directorate acts independently. The rules regarding charities and political activities are long-standing, and charities must respect the law. Mr. Speaker, it really is shameful that this member continues to politicize a matter that is free of any political interference or motivation.
Mr. Speaker, the credibility of the Canada Revenue Agency is at stake. The Conservatives are spending $13.4 million of taxpayers' money to target charities the Conservatives don't like, at the same time as they're cutting $200 million from the overall budget of the CRA. It's very troubling. The recommendations in this report deserve serious attention. Instead, we just hear more denials from this minister. But, Mr. Speaker, she is responsible for the credibility of the CRA. Will she ever take action?
Here.
Speaker, as the Director General of the Charities Directorate has stated, and I quote, "As I have made clear in the past, the process for identifying which charities will be audited for any reason is handled by the Directorate itself and is not subject to political direction." End quote. The CRA audits 1% of the charitable sector every year. This means, on average, only 0.4% of all charities end up having their status revoked for whatever reason. Mr. Speaker, the only politics in this story are the shameful political motivations of the NDP.
Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, we've already heard the minister's empty talking points, but the facts laid out in the report from the University of Victoria Environmental Law Centre are very troubling. 52 organizations, mainly environmental and human rights groups, are being monitored by the Canada Revenue Agency. It's a political witch hunt. Purely political, Mr. Speaker. Will the Conservatives get their priorities straight and maybe fight tax evasion instead of persecuting charities? Honourable Minister of National Revenue. The member knows very well that CRA audits are independent and without any political interference. The rules for charitable organizations and for political activities have been in place for a very long time. Charitable organizations must respect the law. The CRA is legally responsible for ensuring that charitable donations made by Canadians are used for charitable reasons. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. When the CRA isn't wasting its time persecuting environmental groups, it's mixing up addresses and sending envelopes full of personal information to the wrong people. In 2014, CRA employees mixed up 3,800 addresses. That means over 1 million Canadians have had their private information compromised since the Conservatives have come to power. What is the government waiting for? When will they fix this problem? Honourable Minister.
I agree with Canadians who rightfully expect that their personal information should be protected when dealing with the CRA. We expect the CRA to have a close working relationship with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and to act on all his recommendations. 95% of the reported privacy issues are related to misdirected mail, as the CRA handles over 115 million pieces of correspondence every year. That said, we expect the CRA to improve on how it deals with the personal information of Canadians.
James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, check this out. In the last 2 years, the Canada Revenue Agency has had more data breaches than all other government agencies combined over the last 10 years. Whoa. Now, that minister just doesn't seem to understand the importance of protecting the personal financial information of Canadians. So, simple question. Why is she using the tax department as the political enforcement arm of the Conservative Party? Why is she attacking bird watchers, environmentalists, and Oxfam when she should be dealing with the appalling record of lost, stolen, and compromised data that's happening in her department under her incompetent nose? Mr. Speaker,
85% of the privacy incidents reported by CRA are related to misdirected mail. That being said, more serious incidents related to lost or stolen data and unauthorized accesses are completely unacceptable. My expectation is that CRA work closely with the Office of the Privacy Commissioner and implement all his recommendations to ensure confidential information remains protected. And as I said before, Mr. Speaker, that party knows there is no political interference in charitable audits, as has been stated over and over again.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, over the past week, both the OECD and TD have sharply cut their economic outlook for Canada. TD's new forecast for 2015 has Canada losing $22 billion from our economy compared to the bank's projections from just 3 months ago. TD warns unemployment will rise, wage growth will stall, and household debt will mount. When will the finance minister stop playing hide-and-seek with this House and personally tell us what his plan is to reverse this painful economic decline?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
It's called the Low Tax Plan for Jobs, and it's working, Mr. Speaker. 1.2 million net new jobs, with 85% of them in the full-time category and 2/3 of them in high-wage sectors. Now, the Liberal plan is to raise taxes on those who create jobs and to raise taxes on middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, that would send shockwaves throughout our economy. It would kill jobs and set families back. We won't let them do it.
I'll ask members on the far end of the chamber to come to order when the minister's answering the question. The honourable member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, the mayors of Montreal and Toronto met today. And do you know what they talked about? Infrastructure. And you'll remember that Jim Flaherty himself said that it's the best way to stimulate hiring and growth. Since then, the Conservatives have cut spending in this area by 90%, and reports have demonstrated how precarious employment is in Canada. This government has no plan, and the Minister of Finance is missing in action. When will the Conservatives listen to the mayors and undo the cuts to infrastructure? The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I met with the Mayor of Montreal. I've met with the Mayor of Toronto. And do you know what they talked to me about? They talked to me about infrastructure. And they congratulated us for the plan that we've put in place, the biggest infrastructure plan in the history of this country, Mr. Speaker. That's why I met with them.
The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
They like the plan, but they'd rather have the money. The mayors of Toronto and Montreal met today. The cities are often seen as rivals, but what's got them united? I'll tell you what's got them united. Mayor Tory and Mayor Coderre, the great cities have been united because they got absolutely nothing from the federal government. Nothing from the federal government for the last 2 years in the new infrastructure build fund. Nothing. That's what's got the cities united. They do, however, have a lot of photo ops. They've got a lot of billboards, but nothing when it comes to a check being cashed. When will this government send a budget to the cities? Why won't the finance minister come out from underneath his desk, quit hiding, and deliver a budget that funds infrastructure, creates jobs, and creates growth?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Like we have said before, Mr. Speaker, the new Building Canada is very important. The infrastructure plan is there. And just about gas tax fund, Mr. Speaker, just to explain, as a former city councillor, probably he already knows that, but I will repeat that. 2 times a year, in July and November, we transfer to the provinces and territories the money for the gas tax fund. That's $2 billion a year that have been transferred. Municipalities have to ask to the province, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, this government's utter disregard for veterans continues to take its toll. Over the past 3 years, the Conservatives have cut the number of case managers for veterans by 20%. Those who are left are struggling to deal with unmanageable caseloads. Mr. Speaker, this has a major impact on the quality of care and services that veterans receive. Veterans and members of Parliament warned that this would be the outcome of Conservative cuts. Why did the Conservatives fail to listen? When will they make amends?
The Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to make investments in frontline services and supporting our case managers for veterans. Mr. Speaker, by the end of this year, due to our investments, veterans and their families will have up to 26 operational stress injury clinics scattered throughout the country, Mr. Speaker. In the last few weeks, I've also expressed our interest to bring out the retirement income security benefit. We're bringing in respect and parity for our reserve forces, Mr. Speaker, and we're providing the family caregiver relief benefit, Mr. Speaker. We're moving to support our veterans, support their families. I hope they finally stop the rhetoric and get behind it.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. The Minister doesn't really get what respect for veterans means, Mr. Speaker. Our soldiers have suffered trauma when they were protecting our country, and they deserve to have access to the services they need. But the government went ahead and reduced the number of case managers from 309 to 254. That's a 20% cut. 20%. People who need to help our soldiers have too much to do. So when will the government change this decision? The Honourable Minister.
No, in the last 2 weeks, we've actually expanded benefits and programs for our most seriously injured. We've made a major expansion for eligibility to the permanent impairment allowance, Mr. Speaker. For our critically injured with their families, we're giving the family caregiver relief benefit, Mr. Speaker. This is real benefits that will come to this House, and I hope that member will stand up in this House and vote for these outstanding benefits for veterans and their families.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Yesterday, the parties in the House unanimously adopted the NDP motion to eliminate microbeads and end this pollution in our waterways. Now, we need to follow the example of the American states and other countries that have taken action. So what is the government's action plan to end the use of microbeads? This needs to be done. We need to protect our environment. The Honourable Minister, Parliamentary Secretary. The motion yesterday was unanimously supported. We will launch a scientific study on the effect of microbeads on the environment, and the results of this expert study will influence our plan. We will come up with an innovative management plan so that we can set priorities and make sure that microbeads are a priority and that we protect Canadians. We will be working closely with others to deal with microbeads, and we will work on this until next summer.
No, Mr. Speaker, we didn't agree to more study. We agreed to action. Was clear, and it called on the government to list microbeads as a toxic substance under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. But instead of promising real action, all the Conservatives are saying is they're going to try to add it to the agenda of a meeting. But that's not what we voted on. So do the Conservatives plan to stand by their vote, or are they just trying to weasel their way out of responsibility for protection of the environment?
Mr. Speaker, the only weaseling is by the NDP that won't respect science. What we are going to be doing, we're taking a leadership role when it comes to protecting our environment. Environment Canada is initiating a scientific review to assess the effects of microbeads on the environment. And it's this expert advice that will inform future potential actions on microbeads. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now that we are balancing our budget, we're helping all families balance theirs. On that side of the House, the Liberal leader says he will raise taxes on every family. And the only ones who benefit from the NDP plan are big bureaucracies. Could the Minister of Employment and Social Development please tell us what our government is doing to help all Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Thank
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today I was at the Sandy Hill Child Care Center celebrating the legislation we will introduce Friday to increase the universal child care benefit, those monthly checks that people get, to almost $2,000 for preschoolers and $720 for kids 6 through 17. Now, the Liberals and NDP have voted against these initiatives in the past. They're going to oppose them again. We know they would take that money away to give it to the so-called experts. We're going to give that money to the 8 million real child care experts out there. Their names are Mom and Dad.
Honourable Member for Churchill. Chiefs last week in Calgary, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs said that Indigenous men are responsible for 70%.
Order. Order. The member for Churchill now has the floor. Other members who wish to persist in this, they can go sit on the very comfortable couches in the lobby, and there they would only torment the whip's assistants instead of other members. The honourable member for Churchill has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was revealed today that during a meeting with chiefs last week in Calgary, the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs said that Indigenous men are responsible for 70% of the murders of Indigenous women. He told them that this was unreleased RCMP data. But we all know that that number, quoted, is not backed up by any of the RCMP reports. So will the minister stand in this House and release the data based on which he made his claim? Or will he get up and tell us that he made this number up to suit their discriminatory agenda?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, last week I did a tour of the prairies and I met with several First Nation chiefs and councillors and stakeholders to discuss a wide range of issues. And while I don't disclose specifics of closed-door meeting, I can assure the honourable member that the discussions were productive and our government will continue to work with First Nations to address these issues. Thank you.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Now, this government will never learn from its mistakes, Mr. Speaker. After ramming through their plan to do away with regional environmental boards in the Northwest Territories, the Conservatives now stalled by an injunction handed to them by the Supreme Court of the Northwest Territories. And they will likely face the same kind of legal action from Yukon First Nations over Bill S6. When will the Conservatives get it? Gutting environmental protection, altering land claims agreements, just simply lead to more uncertainty and legal actions.
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
I guess I missed the question. Well, Mr. Speaker, unlike previous
Members asked the question. The minister's in the process of answering it. The order. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unlike previous Liberal governments, this Conservative government has made the long-term prosperity of Canada's North and Northerners a priority. And this includes, Mr. Speaker, fostering economic development, among others, by improving Yukon and Nunavut regulatory systems while protecting our environmental heritage. That's what S6 does, and I encourage them to support it.
Absolutely.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, a University of Montreal study confirms that the Conservative change to the retirement age will increase inequality among Canadian seniors and increase poverty in Canada. Now, we know for sure that raising the retirement age from 65 to 67 will just defer spending. Basically, this measure will only make the situation of seniors worse. So why is the minister insisting on this reform when he knows it is pointless? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, the only plan that the Liberals and the NDP have for seniors is to raise their taxes. We know that seniors do not need to be more heavily taxed. This is why we have freed over 300,000 seniors from having to pay tax by raising the amount that they can bring in without having to pay tax. We are helping seniors have tax-free income.
Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Seniors, because this Conservative government has been absolutely cynical in its treatment of seniors. According to a recent study from the University of Montreal, raising the age of eligibility for old age security will significantly increase poverty and inequality among Canadian seniors. This will have a serious impact, negative impact on the health and life expectancy of poor seniors. Will the Minister for Seniors stand in her place and tell Canadians why she is insisting on pursuing this offensive policy that will increase poverty and destroy quality of life for our most vulnerable seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the last thing that Canada's seniors who have worked hard all their lives need is a tax increase from the Liberals and the NDP, both of which have promised to eliminate pension splitting, to bring in a carbon tax which would raise the price of all the household goods and heating and utilities that seniors have to pay and would push them back into poverty. We have lifted 380,000 seniors off the tax rolls altogether by raising the personal exemption. We brought in the tax-free savings account that allows them to have tax-free income to put right in their pockets. We have cut every tax that the government collects to leave more money in the pockets of our seniors, and we're going to keep doing it.
Welcome, member for Vancouver Quadra.
Speaker, despite the minister's shabby rhetoric today, despite his repeated assurances that spending cuts at Veterans Affairs will not affect veterans, he's wrong. Since 2011, Veterans Affairs has cut 1 out of every 4 staff members right across the country, and these layoffs are definitely affecting frontline services. In fact, this government cut almost 1 of every 5 caseworkers, leaving a smaller group struggling under their workload. Veterans are the ones paying the price, and I will have news for this minister. If they do not have a caseworker, they will not get to an operational stress clinic. Will the minister reverse this callous neglect of our veterans and rehire the
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to make investments on frontline services and work to make sure that our caseworkers that are working with veterans and their families have the support they need and the allocation of cases so that they don't have too much burden from some of the challenges with mental health cases. And those cases, Mr. Speaker, are being assisted by our rapid rollout of operational stress injury clinics from coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. And in the last few weeks, I've announced some benefits, and in many ways, Mr. Speaker, we're fixing the gaps in the Liberal New Veteran Charter, Mr. Speaker. So I hope her rhetoric will be matched by her willingness to stand in this House and support veterans and their families.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, the government set up a $200 million fund to support advanced manufacturing in Ontario. But as of now, they have not spent 1 penny.
Wow.
Since the government came to office, Ontario manufacturing jobs are down a staggering 25%, and exports down 20%. Yet they haven't spent a penny of the fund. Is the Prime Minister so disconnected from the economy that he no longer cares about struggling middle-class Canadians in the manufacturing sector?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, it's perfectly clear he's describing his own leader when it was the Liberal leader who said that, quote, Southern Ontario needs to, quote, transition away from manufacturing-based employment as a driver in the economy. That's what the Liberal leader said. By contrast, Mr. Speaker, you know, I visited Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto last week and visited some advanced manufacturing that we invested in, Mr. Speaker, some advanced manufacturing in Children's Hospital in robotics. 1 in 700 children are born with a cleft palate. Because of the investment that we've made in advanced manufacturing, this is technology that is protecting kids, stopping infection, fixing cleft palates, and we're going to sell this technology all over the world, creating jobs, protecting kids well into the future. That's what we do as a Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
The Conservatives have mismanaged BC's herring fishery into a state of crisis. Without warning or consultation, the DFO opened a herring fishery near Bella Bella on the Central Coast.
Local First Nations, the UFAW, and fishery experts have raised serious concerns about its sustainability. But this government refuses to listen. Why are the Conservatives ignoring experts and the Hellslick First Nation and putting this herring fishery in jeopardy?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. We do respect the right to protest. However, we expect that it be done without any threat to fishermen or their property. Science forecasts have shown that the Pacific herring stock abundance continues to support a moderate commercial harvest opportunities while meeting conservation objectives. The Pacific herring fishery is underway, Mr. Speaker. The openings are based on science and do follow the precautionary approach.
As they should.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. Mr. Speaker, we learned this morning that CN commissioned a student to repaint the Quebec City Bridge. It would cost $400 million or more. That's twice what the government thought when it promised $75 million in assistance, and that money was contingent on CN participating. Has the minister spoken with CN since this announcement? Does he know that, or did he know that CN was preparing this study? If so, what does he intend to do? When will the minister finally find a solution once and for all? The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as the owner of the bridge, Canadian National is responsible for its maintenance and for its upgrade. But we've been very clear here on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker. We have committed significant funding to repaint the Quebec Bridge. The province and the municipalities have also put forward money for that too, and we asked CN to come to the table on this specific project to commit the other funds that are necessary to get this project done.
And the Honourable Member for St. John.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the RCMP announced that they had arrested an individual in Prince Edward Island who had plans to commit acts of terrorism. The RCMP have confirmed that they had grounds to suspect that he intended to commit a terrorist offence. Can the Minister of Public Safety please update this House on this situation?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I certainly appreciate the question from the Honourable Member from St. John, and I would like to thank the Royal Canadian Mounted Police for their work on this case and their other cases they're working on, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that terrorism remains a real threat to Canadians. That's why we've tabled the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, Mr. Speaker, comme le cas est devant les tribunaux.
Since this case is before the court, Mr. Speaker, I will allow the RCMP to do their work, but we will continue to bring in concrete measures to protect Canadians against terrorist menace threats.
Mr. Speaker, we understand that Canada has been invited by China to join its newly created Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The Liberal Party feels that there are good reasons for Canada to accept this invitation, which, as you know, is involved with funding of infrastructure projects in Asia. Now, we understand that the invitation is extended until the end of the month. We know that countries like France and Germany and Great Britain have joined the bank. Is the government seriously considering this invitation from China?
Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our ties with China, both commercial as well as heritage, have improved dramatically. We've just recently announced the renminbi trading hub in Canada, which will help businesses, and we are continuing to look at this possible bank venture as well, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, the government cannot continue to ignore the Kamagata-Maru tragedy. The Prime Minister has refused to agree to our demand for an apology in the House. It is a shameful moment in Canadian history that must be honoured with a formal apology from the Canadian government. Today, the Punjab Assembly passed a resolution seeking an apology from Canada. It is clear that until there is an apology, this wound cannot be healed. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister sidestepped this question earlier on today. Here's another opportunity for him. Will the government finally apologize for the Kamagata-Maru tragedy?
Mr. Speaker, the tragic events of the Kamagata-Maru truly are a regrettable chapter in Canada's history. That is why it was this Prime Minister and this government was the very first to acknowledge what happened to the passengers of the Kamagata-Maru on behalf of all Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, it is this Conservative government that worked with the Casa Dewan Society to build a museum around this tragedy and also a monument, Mr. Speaker, to educate Canadians, a number of other projects to educate Canadians. And on the 100th anniversary of that tragedy, Mr. Speaker, Canada Post released a special stamp to further create awareness about this tragedy, Mr. Speaker. While we are educating and creating awareness about this tragedy, Mr. Speaker, they continue to play politics with it.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Canadians know that they can count on our government to deliver real results.
That's right.
To support job creation and economic growth, our Conservative government has been making record investments in infrastructure progress across projects across Canada.
Yes,
can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and the Regional Minister for Prince Edward Island update this House on how our government is investing to support energy delivery to PEO?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government announced we will invest over $50 million from the Green Infrastructure Fund for new electricity cables to Prince Edward Island. This is the most significant infrastructure project for the island since the Confederation Bridge. It will support jobs and economic growth by providing more power and cleaner energy to islanders. Years of Liberal governments have never delivered a cable, Mr. Speaker. That's all they've done there is talk. I'm extremely proud to be part of a Conservative government that's delivered to islanders.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
If the Conservatives refuse to act, passenger services on the Algoma Central Railway will end on Tuesday. Northern Ontario business...
There's been a steady cacophony from the far end of the chamber. All question period. I was hoping that with a week and a half left in Lent, members may have given up heckling for Lent. Maybe we can get into Christmas spirit. It's 9 months from Christmas today, so we can think about that. But please, there's only a couple questions left. Let's come to order. The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
If the Conservatives refuse to act, passenger services on the Algoma Central Railway will end on Tuesday. Northern Ontario businesses and communities rely on this service to support local economy and hundreds of jobs. The working group has done their job and found a third party. With a little help from the federal government, passenger services on the ACR could be self-sustaining in 5 short years. Everyone is waiting for an answer. Why is the government dragging its feet? Will the minister commit to the future of this passenger service to ensure the survival of this vital economy?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me an opportunity to highlight the great work that our Member of Parliament on this side of the House has been doing on this particular matter, making sure that we have appropriate information. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, is that the information for this new line is with Transport Canada officials who have to review it to make sure in its entirety it's a safe operation. From there, they also have to make an application to the Canadian Transportation Review. So with those two pieces of information going forward, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to provide the House with updates as these things unfold.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister, and it relates to Canada's support for Ukraine. We all join the Prime Minister in condemning Putin's aggression, but the extent of Canada's involvement with Ukraine does not appear on the DFATE website. We learned through the media of RADARSAT-2 data being provided to Ukraine, initially over the objections of the Department of Foreign Affairs, the Department of National Defense. And I hear that there may be a memorandum of understanding between Canada and Ukraine. I'd like the Prime Minister to confirm that and let this House know when it will be tabled with Parliament.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, we have been very clear throughout this that Canada is standing with the people of Ukraine in the face of Vladimir Putin's military aggression. And we have made significant contributions directly to Ukraine. We've been part of the NATO assurance package, Mr. Speaker. Whether it takes 5 months or 50 years, we will stand with the people of Ukraine for their independence and their freedom.
Concludes question period for today. Tabling of documents, stakeholder document. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaties entitled Amendments to Annex 3 of the Rotterdam Convention on the Prior Informed Consent Procedure for Certain Hazardous Chemicals and Pesticides in International Trade, adopted in Geneva 28th April to 10th of May 2013, and the second protocol amending the agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the People's Republic of China on air transport done at Beijing on 8th November 2014. An explanatory memorandum is included with each treaty.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary, the Minister of Public Works.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 7 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Joint Committee on Scrutiny of Regulations in relation to the review of statutory instruments.
Well done.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Financial Administration Act, Balanced Budget and Public Debt Repayment. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour for me to rise and table an Act to amend the Financial Administration Act for balanced budgets and public debt repayment. This legislation, if adopted, provides for statutory requirements for the government to table a balanced budget and repay the over $640 billion in public debt. This legislation allows for a 3.5% cushion or contingency fund for normal contingencies and allows an exception for a deficit in times of exceptional circumstances, provided that the Minister of Finance clearly explains those extraordinary circumstances to this House. Significantly, surpluses will be statutorily used to pay down the public debt in an orderly manner. Governments will be unable to use windfalls to go on spending sprees. Mr. Speaker, the government, since its 2013 throne speech, has promised balanced budget legislation, but has yet to deliver on that promise, notwithstanding reminders from this member. Accordingly, I encourage the government to honour its pledge to prudent fiscal planning. I encourage all honourable members to support the Balanced Budget and Public Debt Repayment Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Rathgaber, seconded by Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Première lecture du projet de loi d'intérêt public émanant du Sénat.
First reading of Senate Public Bills.
Motion, the Honourable Member for Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the 16th report on the Standing Committee of Justice and Human Rights, presented to this House yesterday, March 24th, 2015, be concurred in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Member for Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That, in the opinion of the House, Sergei Magnitsky, a Moscow lawyer who uncovered the largest tax fraud in Russian history, was detained without trial, torture, consequently died in a Moscow prison on November 16, 2009. No thorough, independent, and objective investigation has been conducted by Russian authorities into the detention, torture, and death of Sergei Magnitsky, nor have the individuals responsible been brought to justice. The unprecedented posthumous trial and conviction of Sergei Magnitsky in Russia for the very fraud he uncovered constitute a violation of the principles of fundamental justice and the rule of law. Therefore, the House calls upon the government to condemn any foreign nationals who were responsible for the detention, torture, or death of Sergei Magnitsky, or who have been involved in covering up the crimes he exposed. Explore and encourage sanctions against any foreign nationals who are responsible for the detention, torture, or death of Sergei Magnitsky, or have been involved in covering up the crimes he exposed. Explore sanctions as appropriate against any foreign nationals responsible for violations of internationally recognized human rights in a foreign country when authorities in that country are unable or unwilling to conduct a thorough, independent, and objective investigation of the violations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition today from a number of Canadians requesting that the impaired driving laws of this country be strengthened. They're felt to be too lenient, and they believe those laws, particularly with impaired driving causing death, need to be strengthened.
The honourable member for Burnaby Douglas.
Speaker, I have the honour today of presenting a petition signed by literally thousands of citizens from my riding of Burnaby Douglas and across British Columbia. The petitioners call on the federal government to oppose the new Kinder Morgan oil pipeline that would run right through Burnaby. The signatories note that this export-only crude oil pipeline brings massive environmental and economic risks, but no real benefits for local residents. This is without a doubt the #1 issue facing Burnaby, and my office has never received so many petitions before from constituents. While I know the Conservatives and Liberals both support the new Kinder Morgan pipeline, I urge the government to take this call to oppose this pipeline very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petition, présentation des pétitions, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 separate petitions today, both of them dealing with the issue of impaired driving. These citizens want to see tougher laws and the implementation of mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. They're also asking the Criminal Code of Canada be changed to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as vehicular manslaughter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition from the students at the University of Victoria calling on this House to reject Bill C-51, the so-called Anti-Terrorism Bill of 2015. Students call on all members to join with the NDP caucus in voting down this deeply flawed legislation. And the students aren't alone. They stand with Prime Ministers, Supreme Court of Canada justices, legal experts, privacy commissioners, and the like. They stand with hundreds more who have written letters, attended meetings, and spoken out across Canada, including on the streets of Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got 4 subjects. The first one calls on the government to bring in tougher impaired driving laws, particularly around the implementation of mandatory minimum sentencing for those persons convicted of impaired driving causing death. I have 2 petitions calling on the House of Commons to commit to adopting international aid policies that support small family farmers, and that they would ensure that these policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers, and that they protect the rights of small family farmers in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. And I have a 4th petition, which is basically the same as the last ones, other than it's calling on Canada to ensure in legislation the inalienable rights of farmers and other Canadians to save, reuse, select, exchange, and sell seeds, and that the government refrain from making changes to the Plant Breeders' Rights Act.
The
honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present a petition signed by hundreds of constituents calling on the government to provide adequate multi-year funding for our public broadcaster so that it can fulfill its mandate in all regions of the country. They're very disappointed in the cuts that the Conservatives have made, and they're calling on the government to restore them.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my honour to present a petition signed by 2,619 Canadians calling for the swift passage and all-party support of Bill S-219, the Journey to Freedom Day Act.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased today to stand and present these petitions on behalf of my constituents in Surrey and Newton. The petitioners are calling on the government to create a ministry for people with disabilities and mental health issues. This petition has gathered hundreds of signatures in my riding, and this is about the 5th time I've presented this petition in the House. The petitioners feel that they are very limited after-hour and weekend programs offered to those with disabilities or mental health problems. Like the petitioners, I want to see real leadership on mental health. Of those with mental health issues, only 1/3 who need services in Canada actually receive them. New Democrats agree we need to ensure that Canadians who are living with mental illness have access to the supports they need. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present 2 petitions today. The first is from residents of my riding of Saanich Gulf Islands, as well as within Victoria, as well as Winnipeg and Toronto. These petitioners call on the House of Commons to reject Bill C-51, the so-called Anti-Terrorism Act, as a violation of Canadians' rights and freedoms, while at the same time not making us more safe. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is on the subject of affordable housing. It comes at over 250 signatures from residents of my riding who are calling for this House to take the advice of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and put in place a national affordable housing program. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Bourne-Wassalaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have here hundreds of signatures from Canadians who want to support the CBC, given that the government and the Minister of Canadian Heritage have abandoned the public broadcaster. It's time for them to do quite the opposite and support CBC in adapting to the digital era. And so they're asking the government to guarantee offer stable multi-year funding to the public broadcaster so that it can represent all regions of Canada.
For Langley.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to present two petitions. The first one acknowledges, sadly, that there are 200 million missing girls in the world right now through the practice of sex selection, and they call that a gendercide. Mr. Speaker, 92% of Canadians believe that gendercide is wrong, sex selection is wrong, and they're calling on Parliament to condemn this wicked practice. Mr. Speaker, the second petition sadly notifies the House that 25-year-old Daniel Kirpan was tragically killed by a drunk driver that chose to drive while impaired. Daniel's family was devastated. This Daniel's family is part of a group called Families for Justice, and the group believe that the impaired driving laws in Canada are much too lenient. They want the crime to be called what it is, vehicular homicide, and they also want the government to introduce legislation that would have mandatory sentencing for that type of crime. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise and table a petition containing 33 signatures of constituents of Edmonton St. Albert calling on the government to pass a resolution to stop measures against the Chinese Communist regime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners and publicly calling for an end to a persecution of the prosecution of the Falun Gong in China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, I bring today a petition signed by Winnipeggers dealing with the situation in Ethiopia, whereas Ethiopia, having a 90 million population, is an important strategic partner to the Western governments and is a host to the headquarters of the African Union. Also pointing out that in April and May of 2014, university students, in particular in the state of Oromia, Ethiopia, protested peacefully against the government's development plan that will evict millions of farmers from ancestral lands without any prior consultation. In part, Mr. Speaker, they're calling on the Ethiopian or the Canada government to request the Ethiopian government legal system to bring the perpetrators of excessive force to justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If a supplementary response to question number Q952, originally tabled on March 23, 2015, could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that number 552 be made in order for a supplementary return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
That agreed. Agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the notice of motion for the production of papers be allowed to stand.
That agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-26, tougher penalties for Child Predators Act.
The Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing has 3 minutes left to conclude her remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Newton North Delta. I have to tell you that I never thought it would be a full month before I had the opportunity to finish my remarks, 3 minutes of my remarks, actually, on C-26. So as I stated in February, this is an issue that affects all of us, and it is impossible to imagine that anybody in society supports the kind of offenders we are discussing. I will also remind the House that these predators do not just prey on young people, they prey on all people. As I mentioned in the first part of this speech, I worked at probation and parole services in Ontario for 13 years, and my daughter and her partner are correctional officers at the Roy McMurtry Youth Centre who work mostly with level 1 offenders. I know from first-hand experience the importance of rehabilitation and prevention and how it allows us to better deal with the reintegration of individuals who are eventually released back into the general population. New Democrats are not opposed to this legislation, but have concerns that we need to address in this process to make sure we are pursuing the right measures while also providing the tools to make sure it will actually be effective. Mr. Speaker, this is important because the government's record to date has given us crime legislation, but have shown a weakness when it comes to providing the resources needed to do the job properly. The bill is a perfect example of that. As we debated this a month ago, we had only just learned how more than $10 million earmarked for the National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre went unused. So we found ourselves debating legislation to better deal with sex offenders, which is extremely important, but also digesting the fact that the money allocated to do some of that for initiatives that were already in place was left on the table by this government. Cynics will ask if that was intentional. If that is how you build a surplus these days, I guess that's the way the government likes to go. Surely, being tough on crime should amount to more than just uttering the phrase. I am reminded of that old TV commercial with the catchphrase, "Where's the beef?" I think it's important that the Canadian public understands that about this government. And I think it is probably more important that we look out for that kind of mixed commitment when it comes to dealing with these offenders. Mr. Speaker, I will close by reminding the House that research shows that treatment of sex offenders does make a difference, that sex offenders who receive treatment are less likely to reoffend. In fact, offenders who do not receive treatment reoffend at a rate of 17%. For those who have received treatment, the number drops to 10%. So while we will be supporting the legislation, we would like to see the money earmarked for finding offenders spent, and we would like to see an honest attempt at rehabilitation that will ultimately help protect potential future victims as these offenders re-enter society. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, that it is important to invest in resources to make sure that when these offenders are actually released into the community, that there is the proper treatment and rehabilitation processes in there. And it's not by cutting those services that we will be able to be successful. So again, Mr. Speaker, I really appreciate the time that you have given me on this here, and I look forward to the questions that will be put.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting, C-26, and again, I would go right to the Prime Minister's office who came up with a name for this particular piece of legislation. He calls it, or the Prime Minister chooses to call this piece of legislation, tougher penalties for child predators. The member made reference in her closing remarks in regards to millions of dollars that were actually underspent. When you take a look at child exploitation, a great deal of it occurs through the Internet, as we know, Mr. Speaker. Yet we have seen underspending of significant amounts of dollars that could have gone a long way at dealing with the issue at hand. So, we have the Prime Minister of Canada saying one thing in terms of the name of a piece of legislation, but another thing when the Minister of Finance wants to collect monies not being spent at a great cost. And I'm wondering if she might want to expand on that point. In other words, tough talk, but very little in terms of action.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Well, again, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, that the government actually has actually saved $10 million, which was funding that was allocated to the National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre. So when you don't use up funding that is supposed to be out there protecting the public, then there's a problem, only because they want to pay down their deficit and make themselves look good. So I think that's quite problematic. The other thing that we need to realize is that the federal government also recently announced it was cutting the measly $650,000 in funding that Corrections Canada offers. Again, this is dollars that was helping to try to put some of these offenders back on the right track. Also, in addition, there is the Circles of Support and Accountability Program, who receives funding from the National Crime Prevention Centre, which is also set to end this fall. So again, they're not putting their money where their mouth is. And when they do put money on the table, they quickly pull it back.
Questions and comments. Honourable member Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend from Algoma for her speech. This issue in particular, I think for many members of Parliament, certainly for many of the people I represent in the northwest of British Columbia, strikes at the heart of some of the most grievous offences that we can imagine. That's sexually harming young children. And for a government to take on this issue, it is important. It is of public importance. One would think that importance would carry right through beyond the announcements and the photo ops and the crafting of the title of a new bill into the actual delivery of the program, so that if there's, on the preventative side, as my friend has pointed out, $10 million would have gone a long way to protecting our kids, going after some of these offenders. And then on the rehabilitation front, unless the government's plan, and it isn't so far, is to lock everybody up forever, that we need to do the rehabilitation so that they don't commit the crimes again. Because, and this is my question to my friend, Mr. Speaker, that if the government doesn't spend the money on the prevention and doesn't spend the money on actual treatment so that people don't cause harm again, what can they possibly say to the victims, the future victims, that are ensnared in one of these traps that are set by these predators, when the government simply said, we decided to put the money into deficit cuts instead, and we didn't have any money for treatment because we had more money for other more important things? What could you tell those families and those kids? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Algoma, Manitoulin, and Kapuskasing.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate my colleagues' comments. And again, when it comes to funding, we need to make sure that we actually spend it in the right direction, that we put it where it belongs, and we also need to make sure that it is actually used, because they can purport to support victims, but at the same time, they turn around and they don't fund any of their programs properly. So again, when we look at the Circles of Support and Accountability program, all in all, the program costs $2.2 million a year, and this is to help rehabilitate offenders. So again, we're talking that it has 700 volunteers across the country who meet with offenders after they're released to help them find jobs and places to live, or just to catch up over coffee. So this is to try to provide them the proper support and to try to keep them on the right track. And here the government is looking at cutting funding. Isn't that shameful, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Canada Evidence Act, and the Sex Offender Information Registration Act to enact the High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And we're here today talking about a very, very serious issue, and I can tell you, both as a parent, a mother, a grandmother, and as a teacher, and I'm sure every parliamentarian in this House takes this issue very, very seriously. There is nothing that is more offensive or heinous than the impact of sexual exploitation of children. And I am sure, whether you're sitting on that side of the House or this side of the House, that all of us are impacted by that greatly. During my years as a teacher, Mr. Speaker, I had to deal with some pretty sensitive and horrible situations. And I can tell you, in that context, there is absolutely nothing that is more gut-wrenching than when somebody comes and reports on assault. A child comes to report to you on sexual assault, molestation. And as a teacher and a counsellor, I took that very, very seriously, and the pain stayed with you for a long, long time. And in a similar way, when you're a parent, you just cannot imagine the pain, even the thought of sexual molestation of your child, the pain that it causes in you, and that pain is very, very deep and unimaginable. So for us on this side of the House, and I'm hoping it's so in all sides of the House on this issue, we take very, very seriously, and we have a zero tolerance policy when it comes to sexual offences against children. so proud of my party that it has taken that position, has had that position for a long time. And it is because of that we are supporting this bill, at the same time acknowledging that there are deficiencies in this bill. It is not perfect. We are disappointed that this bill does not go further by offering truly effective measures to protect children and keep our communities safe. Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping that not all of my colleagues here have had to deal with instances in their own riding of serious sex offences in their ridings. We had one in September 2014, one that shook the city of Surrey, when 17-year-old Serena Vermeech was missing, and then she was found. And it was a high-risk sex offender who was charged. And I'm going to read a quote from the Surrey RCMP Chief Fordy, who said, "Serena should be at Sullivan Heights," that's the name of her school, "having a laugh with classmates and thinking about graduation. Sadly, that is not true. These types of crimes galvanize our community and touch them in an incredible way. And even today, Mr. Speaker, every time I think of Serena, my heart goes out to her family and her friends, her neighbours, and I would say the whole Surrey community, because I know that the pain and anguish everyone went through. As I said, Mr. Speaker, we will be voting in favour of this bill. But once again, it seems that the government is really into optics. Here we have another bill that purports to do something, but then it is missing or lacking the resources that are needed in order to actually implement. It's very, very difficult for those who are the service providers when we as parliamentarians pass legislation and we want them to carry out the new laws we make to enforce them, but we don't give them the tools they need. And I'm sure that many of them are absolutely sick to death of hearing us or others, their employers telling them, do more with less. Let me tell you that the conversations I've had with our CMP members and other frontline service providers, that it is very difficult for them to do more with less. They are feeling really, really stretched. Mr. Speaker, when we look at legislation like this that purports to address very, very seriously sexual offences against minors, against our children, we really have to take a look at where have we been and what have we done. And over the last number of years, I would say ever since the Conservatives have been in power, and even the Liberals, many pieces of legislation have been passed. And yet, this is a staggering statistic that was shared at committee. And this is before the Justice Committee. The Minister of Justice stated that sexual offences against children had increased 6% over the past 2 years. This is quite staggering. And when you look at this, this is after this government has taken many, many steps. And what we really have to wonder now is, and we have to listen to experts and informed opinion and say, are some of the repressive measures that have been taken so far working? Obviously not. Are the resources there? And as well as punishment, what are we doing in the area of rehabilitation and healing, and what are we doing to support those who are the victims. And as this is such a sensitive area, I don't want to politicize it. We also have to make sure that the RCMP, who we charge with responsibility for much of this area, that they have the resources for a registry and also budgets to support victims. Just having nice words on a piece of paper to say that we are all for victims, we're going to provide support for victims, does not make it happen. And I can remember the NDP fighting very, very hard for the Circles of Support and Accountability program. And that was something real, that was something tangible, that was being used out there very, very effectively. And here is a quote, Mr. Speaker. The federal government recently announced it was cutting the measly, that's a quote, $650,000 in funding that Corrections Canada offers. In addition, COSA receives funding from the National Crime Prevention Centre, which is also set to end this fall. All in all, the program costs $2.2 million a year. Like most community-based victim services, COSA is a fairly cheap program. It has 700 volunteers across the country who meet with offenders after their release to help them find jobs and places to live, or just to catch up over coffee. They support offenders as they settle into normal lives that do not involve new victims. They hold them accountable. Steve Sullivan. And also, Mr. Speaker, this is a government that left money sitting unspent when it came to child protection. And then I get so offended when they call themselves champions of protecting our children. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned that there had been an increase in the number of cases of abuse over past years. Could she go into a little bit more detail, perhaps, regarding why there has been an increase when we so often hear the Conservatives say that they are doing so much to deal with this issue?
One of the things we hear a lot about, and I want to thank my hard-working colleague for his very thoughtful questions, what I have seen since I've been in this House is often a lot of rhetoric. And we pass legislation, but we don't provide the resources that are needed. And the resources that are needed when it comes to sexual predators and sexual violation of our children is that we need to provide support for the victims, but there also needs to be absolutely punishment, consequences, but also we know that there has to be some level of rehabilitation, because if we don't do that, the chances of repeat offences are more likely to happen. And also, when you have a government that leaves $10 million in funds earmarked for its National Child Exploitation Coordination Centre and related projects unspent, then that really begs the question, how serious is this government about fighting anti-child pornography agenda?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, one of the things, and I've had the good fortune of being a parliamentarian at the provincial and federal level for a number of years, and through that we have seen significant changes in terms of the exploitation of children in a very negative way, and that comes from the form of the Internet. The number of children that are exploited continues to grow year after year, and it is important that we do more. And it's more than just legislation. The members made reference to the issue of financing. I made reference to that in the first question I had earlier, just a few minutes ago, in regards to the government's inability to ensure that at the ground level, our RCMP are in fact equipped to be able to deal with the growth of child exploitation that we have seen on the internet. And the government and the Prime Minister in particular needs to be more proactive at dealing with it at the ground level. And by the ground level, I'm talking about getting the feet on the ground, getting our RCMP and other law enforcement agencies and providing them the resources that is necessary in order to have the desired impact that Canadians expect of the government to be doing in terms of leadership on this particular file. Would she not agree?
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his question. We absolutely need to make sure that our service providers and frontline intervention has the resources they need. Because if we don't give them the tools they need, then basically I think we are remiss. We are remiss in our duties and responsibilities when we pass legislation. We believe on this side of the House, the NDP does, that we actually do need concrete and truly effective measures to protect our children from sexual abuse and to make our communities safer. We need more resources to prevent crime and combat sexual abuse against children. Tougher prison sentences alone are not enough. We want the government to be open and willing to work with the opposition parties and experts to improve the bills they table in Parliament, especially when they target vulnerable groups such as children, instead of the mantra that the CPC MPs have, which is my way or the highway.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to speak in support of Bill C-26, the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act, and I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from McLeod, Mr. Speaker. So Bill C-26 is a part of the government's continuing effort to ensure that child sexual offences result in sentences of imprisonment that denounce the heinous nature of these crimes. Mr. Speaker, we heard the opposition question the necessity of this bill in light of amendments this government made in the past, especially those enacted by Bill C-10, the Safe Streets and Communities Act. The Safe Streets and Communities Act was a good step in the right direction, and Bill C-26 proposes to build on those reforms to fully recognize the devastating impact of these crimes have on the lives of victimized children. We've heard criticism, particularly directed at the effectiveness of mandatory minimum penalties in achieving this objective. Mr. Speaker, a brief discussion about the current sentencing regime in the criminal code is warranted in order to explain the necessity of the proposed reforms. The criminal code states that the fundamental purpose of sentencing is to contribute, along with crime prevention initiatives, to the respect for the law and the maintenance of a just, peaceful, and safe society. In order to achieve this fundamental purpose, a sentence may have the following objectives: denunciation, deterrence, separation of the offender from society when necessary, rehabilitation of the offender, providing reparation for the harm done to the victim or community, the promotion of a sense of responsibility in offenders, and the acknowledgement of the harm done to victims and the community. It is important to note that a just sentence does not have to reflect all of these sentencing objectives, but only those that are essential to achieve the fundamental purpose of sentencing. In sentencing offenders for sexual offences committed against children, Section 718.01 of the Criminal Code directs courts to consider denunciation and deterrence as the paramount sentencing objectives. Mr. Speaker, how can we as legislators ensure that primary importance is also given to these objectives for these types of crimes? Both social denunciation of a crime and the deterrence of criminals are achieved in our laws in two ways. First, maximum terms of imprisonment send a clear signal of what punishment is proportionate for the worst offender who commits a crime in the worst circumstances. Second, mandatory minimum terms of imprisonment represent the lowest punishment that we as a society consider appropriate for certain serious crimes. by increasing both minimum terms of imprisonment and maximum terms of imprisonment for certain sexual offenses committed against children, Bill C-26 focuses on denunciation and deterrence and thereby ensures that sentences imposed contribute to a just, peaceful, and safe society. Mr. Speaker, the fundamental objective of a sentence can only be achieved if the sentence imposed is just. What is a just sentence? According to the Criminal Code, a just sentence is one that is proportionate to the degree of responsibility of the offender and the gravity of the offense. In determining a just sentence, a court must consider the sentencing principles described in the Criminal Code. For example, a sentence must be increased to account for any aggravating factors relating to the offender or the offense. Two of the listed aggravating factors, Mr. Speaker, in subsection 718A of the Criminal Code play an important role in child sexual cases. First, paragraph 718.2, paragraph A, sub 111 of the Criminal Code directs courts to treat the fact that an offender in committing the offense abused the person under the age of 18 years of age as an aggravating factor for sentencing purposes. Moreover, paragraph 718.2a sub 3 of the Criminal Code directs the fact of the offender in committing the offense abused the position of trust or authority in relation to the victim also be considered an aggravating factor for sentencing purposes. Both these aggravating factors further indicate that significant punishment as proposed by C-26 is justifiable for child predators. Another important contribution to Bill C-26 rests with the proposed reforms that relate to the imposition of concurrent and consecutive sentences. These amendments would clarify and codify applicable rules in situations where an offender is sentenced for multiple offenses, whether committed against the same victim or not. Apart from the explicit reference to mandatory consecutive sentences in the context of terrorism acts, criminal organization offenses, and the use of a firearm in the commission of the offense, the general sentencing principles found in subsection 718.3 sub 4 of the Criminal Code regarding consecutive and concurrent sentences only offer limited guidance to courts. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-26 proposes to improve upon this by, amongst other things, directing courts to consider ordering that the terms of imprisonment for offenses arising out of separate events or separate series of events be served consecutively to one another. This represents a codification of the rules developed by courts over the years. Courts will generally order that sentences be served consecutively unless they are committed as part of the same event or series of events, or as some have described it, as part of a criminal transaction. Where several offenses are committed as part of the same criminal transaction, the courts will generally determine what is a proportionate sentence for the most serious offense committed in order that the other offenses be served concurrently. However, where an offense committed as part of the same criminal transaction is gratuitous or dangerous, the courts will generally consider ordering that the sentence be served consecutively in order to discourage offenders from committing serious offenses with impunity. This approach is codified by Bill C-26 by directing courts to consider ordering consecutive sentences in situations where one of the offenses was committed either while on judicial interim release or while the accused was fleeing from a peace officer. The totality principle represents the final step in the determination of whether sentences of imprisonment should be served consecutively or not. This sentencing principle, described in paragraph 718.2, paragraph C of the Criminal Code, prevents courts from ordering that terms of imprisonment be served one after the other if the combined sentence is unduly long or harsh. Where the combined sentence is, in the court's opinion, unduly long or harsh, it may order that certain terms of imprisonment be served concurrently instead of one after the other. Mr. Speaker, I understand that in ordering concurrent sentences in such cases, courts intend to craft a combined sentence that is proportionate to the overall responsibility of the offender. However, in the context of sexual offenses committed against children, this approach translates into a sentence discount for the offender. To address this problem, Bill C-26 proposes that sentences of imprisonment for child pornography offenses be served consecutively to any sentence imposed for the same time a contact child sexual offense and in cases of multiple victims, that sentences imposed at the same time for contact sexual offenses committed against one victim be served consecutively to those imposed for contact child sexual offenses committed against any other victim. Mr. Speaker, requiring that these terms of imprisonment be served consecutively to one another will send a clear message that every sexual offense committed against children is serious and clearly unacceptable. These amendments will also send a clear and unequivocal signal so that the proportionate sentence is one that acknowledges that every child victim counts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you.
My colleague earlier, even though that these measures have been taken, the incidents of abuse have gone up by 6% over the past 5 years, I believe the figure is. Could my honourable colleague explain why the measures taken so far have not worked?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, an increase of offences against children is certainly all the more reason to give more serious messages about the heinous nature of these crimes and how it is totally unacceptable to Parliament and the people of Canada. And of course, the measures we have taken are designed basically to protect the public and certainly to protect our most vulnerable citizens, the children. The face of crime is rapidly changing. There's more and more crime that's being done on the internet, and certainly we have to double down on making sure that the children are protected, and certainly keeping repeat child offenders in jail where they cannot reoffend is a measure that the Canadian public accepts as a very valid way of protecting them from such heinous crimes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And here's a question I have posed to opposition members, and I'd love the member if he can maybe provide somewhat of a detailed answer, as much as time will allow for him, as to why it is. We have a conflict here in the sense that we have legislation in which the Prime Minister's office is trying to send a very strong message that we want to get tougher penalties for child predators. That's the short title of the bill, implying to Canadian he wants to see action on the file. Yet, when it comes to fighting cyber exploitation, the government has seen underspending, chronic underspending in the area in which our law enforcement officers have the ability to be able to ensure that there is some justice brought to those individuals that are in fact being exploited and to assist victims of this exploitation. And what I'm referring to is the $2 million underspent by RCMP that is supposed to be dealing with this issue. Can he explain why it is that this government encourages the underspending in areas of this nature when we know full well that this is an important area for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
When it comes to the question of protecting the Canadian public, Mr. Speaker, every nickel finds a spot, whether it finds its way into the budget of the RCMP or it finds its way into the budget of a $10 million grant to child protection agencies and centres, whether it be the Cyber Tip CA or Help Us Now CA. I mean, the fighting of child offences is not just a matter of handcuffs and pistols. It's a matter of a total canopy of programs to help combat, whether it be against cyberbullying, whether it be tips to prevent cyberbullying, whether it means boots on the ground. This government is committed to giving all the resources necessary to protect our most vulnerable children. It's not necessarily with the RCMP, with the pistols and the handcuffs, that this is accomplished. It's a full scope. It's all the elements that are needed to protect the Canadian public.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a difficult writing name to pronounce. Now, there are a number of comments that have been made about this abuse, and this is a problem, and there is no tolerance for this kind of behavior. So what we're doing here is trying to confront this problem, to deal with it in as much as we can. The bad news is, on the other side, we know that the RCMP has faced significant cuts to its budget. $10 million, a budget that was earmarked for dealing with this kind of problem. So yes, we do have this bill, but how can we imagine, in fact, that we could increase sentences if, on the other end of it, when a society is taking steps to eliminate the problem, but the police resources devoted to resolving this kind of problem have been cut? It doesn't make sense. How can my colleague opposite justify something like that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, I mentioned that fighting this type of crime is many-faceted. It involves the RCMP, but also legislation that needs to be used. There are issues of cyberbullying, and the problem is resolved, in fact, for the police and for communities, for groups that are working on it. So there are a host of solutions we need to look at, not just focusing exclusively on the RCMP.
Debate. The Honourable Member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for sharing his time with me today. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to participate in today's debate on Bill C-26, the Tougher Penalties for Child Predators Act. Today I'm going to focus the bulk of my remarks on the part of Bill C-26 that creates higher penalties for breaches of supervision orders. However, I want to devote a few moments on the other key features of this initiative. I'm a father of 3 children, and as such, it is important to me to highlight the end goal of Bill C-26, deterring child predators and focusing on the seriousness of child sexual offences. One way we can achieve that is through higher mandatory minimum penalties and higher maximums. However, one of the reasons I'm supporting Bill C-26 is because of the amendments also clarify and codify the use of consecutive sentences in child sexual abuse cases. It will ensure not only consistency in application of the law, but also justice for each life devastated by an offender's sexual abuse. The amendments to supervision orders in this bill are yet another facet of this criminal law initiative, which strengthens the protection of children from sexual predators. Supervision orders empower judges to impose conditions on child sexual offenders or persons who might commit child sexual offences. There are various orders a court can use to ensure the supervision of the offender in the community. These orders include probation orders, peace bonds, and prohibition orders. It is important to understand how each of these orders operates to fully grasp how they achieve the underlying objective of Bill C-26. The underlying objective here is to protect children from sexual predators. First, probation orders can be imposed where offenders are sentenced to less than 2 years of imprisonment. They can also be a standalone order, and in all cases, they have a maximum duration of 3 years. These orders can vary substantially in scope. For instance, some conditions, such as keeping the peace, are mandatory, whereas other conditions are left to the discretion of the judge. These conditions could also include requiring the offender to be under house arrest, except for predetermined absences such as employment. These optional conditions must be reasonable, they must be clear, and they must, most importantly, be certain. These conditions aim to protect society by preventing recidivism, to facilitate the offender's successful rehabilitation and safe reinsertion into the community. Peace bonds, on the other hand, can be used where there is a reasonable fear a person will commit a child sexual offense. In fact, Section 810.1 of the Criminal Code allows any person under reasonable grounds to lay information before a provincial court judge based on a fear an individual will commit a certain sexual offense against a young person under 14 years of age. A court will order a person to enter into a peace bond if convinced on a balance of probabilities that the informant's fear is reasonably grounded. Peace bonds can encompass a variety of conditions, including prohibiting an offender from communicating on a computer with young people or attending public places where children could reasonably be expected to be present. Lastly, prohibition orders allows courts to prohibit the offender from having contact with children where there exists an evidentiary basis for concluding the offender poses a risk to young children. This prohibition may take different forms, such as a ban from specified places where children are present, restriction on employment involving a position of trust or authority over children, and access to the Internet. The Criminal Code requires a judge to consider such orders in every case involving an enumerated offense, and they can last for the offender's lifetime. Maximum penalties for breaches of probation orders, peace bonds, and prohibition orders, referred to collectively as supervision orders, would be increased under Bill C-26. This would ensure those who violate conditions imposed by the courts to protect children, are held accountable. Bill C-26 would raise the maximum penalty for breaches of all supervision orders from 2 to 4 years on indictment. In addition, it would increase the maximum penalty for breaching prohibition and peace bonds from 6 months to 18 months on summary conviction. The proposed new maximums will ensure offenders who breach these supervision orders are liable to the same penalties, regardless of the type of the order, according to whether the breach is prosecuted in indictment or in a summary conviction. Furthermore, fines for breaching probation would increase from $2,000 to $5,000. Mr. Speaker, the supervisory aspect of these orders helps to rehabilitate offenders, but more importantly, ensure the maintenance of a just and peaceful and safe society. Mr. Speaker, according to Statistics Canada, a number of studies with follow-up of a period of 15 years noted the average rate of recidivism among sex offenders is about 24%. However, alarmingly, the highest rate for recidivism found in this review was 35.5% for a sample of offenders who sexually offended against children. These offenders were followed for a 23-year period. And that source is from the Canadian Centre for Justice Statistics in a study called Police Reported Sexual Offences Against Children and Youth in Canada, 2012, and it was released in May 28, 2014. It is therefore absolutely crucial serious breaches of these conditions be denounced and deterred. One way Bill C-26 protects children is by ensuring once child sexual offenders are released into the community, a breach of their conditions will result in serious consequences. Consequences commensurate with the objective these types of orders are designed to fulfill, namely the protection of the most vulnerable members of our communities, our children. For instance, a key component of the sentencing reform in Bill C-26 ensures any evidence of an offence was committed while the offender was subject to a conditional sentence, on parole, or while on statutory release is an aggravating factor in their sentencing. Treating such instances as aggravating factors is necessary to denounce, deter, and punish offenders who deliberately persist in reoffending, even after they've been placed under varying forms of supervision. Such amendments are also necessary to protect the community in circumstances where rehabilitative and reintegration efforts are clearly not working for these offenders. Increased penalties for those who violate conditions imposed by the courts to protect children serves two very important functions. First, it holds offenders accountable, and second, it prevents future harm to vulnerable children. This is especially true in the context of child sexual offenses, where breaches of supervision orders may indicate a risk the offender will re-victimize children. Hence, increasing penalties, increasing the minimums, and increasing the maximum penalties for breach of supervision orders is an important tool, a tool which courts can use in appropriate circumstances. Not only will these measures dissuade offenders from committing offenses, but also to separate child sexual predators from society before they commit repeat offenses. Breaching a supervision order is not a trivial offense. For instance, persons subject to probation and prohibition orders have already been processed through the criminal justice system and released on conditions, conditions which are intimately intertwined with the alleged or previous offenses committed. As such, breaching these orders is serious because it is a concrete acknowledgement or of a refusal by that offender to be rehabilitated. We must send a clear message. Such breaches require a clear, proportionate, and dissuasive response. Mr. Speaker, it is important to remember these supervision orders have not been imposed in a vacuum. Combined, the amendments in Bill C-26 send a clear message. We will not allow offenders to commit crimes with impunity while being under community supervision, especially where such breaches put children at risk. Additionally, they achieve consistency in punishment for all heinous sexual offences against children. These features of Bill C-26 are important and necessary. As a result, I urge all honourable members of this House to support this bill and its swift passage. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I have a short question for him. The government wants to change the Canada Evidence Act to ensure that spouses of people who are accused are able to give evidence in cases of child pornography. Why does the government want to implement this measure?
For McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for that question. It's a very good question, and right now under the Canada Evidence Act, which is common law, our spouses are not asked or not allowed to testify against their spouse. But in this case, we're adding child pornography to the list of exemptions, and the main reason for that, especially because of the emergence of online child pornography, and it's really difficult to come to a conviction beyond reasonable doubt without the support of the spouse, because there's a really legitimate question there in terms of who's responsible for, say, pornographic images on a home computer. Without having the spouse be there to testify against the person who is charged, we want them to have that ability. So when there are some computers within the household, it's a shared piece of technology that the spouse can testify against the person who is charged.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and again, I want to emphasize that over the last number of years, we have seen significant growth in child exploitation through cyberspace or the internet. And the Government of Canada, in working with other levels of governments and different stakeholders, does have a strong leadership role to play on it. Now, when I say that, it means more than just legislation. It also means budgetary measures. And I'm going to ask the member if he would not agree that legislation is one thing, but equally important is that we have to make sure that we have the right resources in the right places. And the government's decision to not allow for the RCMP to spend their full budgets in this area, some $2 million annually, is ultimately going to do very little in terms of fighting some of that sex exploitation or child exploitation that is taking place. Because if they're not spending that $2 million, then they're not doing what's necessary in order to be able to track down some of these issues in a very real, tangible way, thereby sparing victims and ensuring that there's more justice related to those that are perpetrating this terrible crime.
The honourable member for McLeod.
I want to thank my honourable colleague from Winnipeg North for that question. I'm really glad he asked it. And I think the way he spun that question was interesting, the fact that he's saying the government did not allow the RCMP to spend their allotted budget, which is absolutely not true. There was $10 million sent back over the 5 years, but there was reasons for that. And I'd like to talk about that briefly if I can. I had the opportunity to work with Sheldon Kennedy at the Child Advocacy Centre in Calgary as he built that program, and I was able to tour the facility when it was open and meet with many of the RCMP officers who are working as part of that team at the CAC in Calgary. And they spoke about some of the issues that they are facing and how traumatic and extremely difficult this line of work is in. It's something they're passionate about, certainly, but it's something that I think any law enforcement officer would have a great deal of difficulty to do for more than a couple of years. And that was one of the issues that they were talking about, is the high rate of turnover as part of that job. And I was able to speak to many of those RCMP officers about the the dramatic pictures they were seeing, having to sit down with these children who were brought to the CAC and discuss the issues that they've gone through. The stories were horrific. And because of that, you're seeing, like I said, a high turnover in this industry with the RCMP, and a great deal of those dollars that went unspent by the RCMP. It's not that we didn't allow them to spend it; it went unspent because of human resources issues. They just could not fill those roles in the RCMP to take on the child advocacy roles and the cyber justice things that we were looking for doing. But we have looked at other ways. We've given $10 million to child advocacy centers across the country. We found other ways to use those dollars, and I think that's an important difference to clarify.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be splitting my time with the member from Charlesburg, St. Charles. Mr. Speaker, as always, it's an honor to speak to Bill C-26, which amends a number of acts which deal with the sexual offenses against children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak as a parent, as a father, as an uncle, and hopefully someday as a grandfather. I have two children, Mr. Speaker, and any time the subject of child exploitation comes up, I think all parents across this country would have zero tolerance for any sort of child exploitation that occurs in our society. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a good step in the right direction. However, there were a number of amendments that were introduced in the committee, and also there were a number of recommendations from the witnesses, the experts, the stakeholders that provided very good evidence to amend the bill. As usual, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives failed to entertain any of those. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I know all of my colleagues, and we often talk about, as colleagues, as parents, we talk about our children, and there's no doubt in my mind in this House that whether you're on this side of the aisle or the other side of the aisle, every single one of the members of this House would be dead set against child exploitation. And not only that, I've seen this House over the last number of years bring in a number of initiatives that have tightened the laws regarding child sexual exploitation, Mr. Speaker. And we were happy to support those initiatives. As such, you remember Bill C-10, the omnibus crime bill introduced by the Conservatives, and we actually wanted to fast-track those particular sections that dealt with the child exploitation, Mr. Speaker. That's one side of the story, Mr. Speaker, is to bring in legislation in order to ensure that our children are safe in the communities. And we should be doing that as parliamentarian. I'm very proud of the record of the NDP, the official opposition, to support those kinds of initiatives that enhance the safety of our children. Mr. Speaker, it's one thing being tough on the crime. You also have to be, you can't be soft on community safety. And that is the record of the Conservative government. They are soft on community safety, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you are going to, if you really want real protections, laws alone will not provide that. You need to provide additional resources, money, investment into communities in order to ensure the service providers, the other stakeholders, the RCMP, our law enforcement agencies, have the tools and the resources in order to ensure that our children are safe from these predators, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member earlier talked about the the money that was unspent. I'll talk about that in a second here. I want to quote from the committee Steve Sullivan, Mr. Speaker. He's the former federal ombudsman for victims of crime, and he would certainly know something about resources in the community, what is offered here. Here, this is what he said, Mr. Speaker. The federal government recently announced it was cutting the measly $650,000 in funding that Corrections Canada offers. In addition, the Circle of Support and Accountability Program receives funding from the National Crime Prevention Centre, which is also set to end this fall. Mr. Speaker, all in all, the program costs about $2.2 million over a year. Like most community-based victim services, Circles of Support and Accountability is fairly a cheap program. It has 700 volunteers across the country who meet with offenders after their release to help them find jobs and places to live or just to catch up over coffee. They support offenders as they settle into normal lives that do not involve new victims. They hold them accountable. So this is a program that, Mr. Speaker, this program has actually shown a success. Here's some of the stats that have come out. Circles of Support and Accountability numbers are impressive. One study found that 70% reduction in sexual recidivism for those who participate in Circles of Support and Accountability compared to those who did not. Another study found an 83% reduction in child sexual recidivism, Mr. Speaker. So this is their record, Mr. Speaker. If we're really concerned about ensuring safety for our children, safety in our community, they're cutting the very programs that have shown success in the communities that provided 700 volunteers, Mr. Speaker. These are Canadian parents that are willing to volunteer their services in order to ensure that our communities remain safe. Yet this government pulled the rug underneath from this very, very successful program. So, Mr. Speaker, we can create all the laws we have. We can say we were tough on crime, but it doesn't work if we're soft on community safety, and that's the record of this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's, we had a couple of cases in my constituency, or Surrey, British Columbia. We had a young lady that was murdered. By a sex offender who was, known to the RCMP and was on the list of, likely to reoffend. And we had, my heart goes out to the family. My heart goes to the parents, what we did as a society, Mr. Speaker, as a government, we let this happen in our communities. Where was the support? How are we monitoring these people when they're released into the community? If we know these people are likely to offend, why are they being dropped into the community with some sort of support, either whether we provide resources to the RCMP or we provide resources to the very frontline workers that provide these kinds of services, that monitor these individuals? And we have programs in place where recidivism rate for sexual offenses was reduced by 83%, as just said, and yet this government is cutting those very programs. In fact, the mayor of the city of Surrey has called for more resources to ensure that once offender is released, if they are released, that we have proper resources to ensure monitoring of these individuals, making sure that they have support in place to ensure the safety of our children, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, the very, I often talk about this, Mr. Speaker, facts, research, that's not something conservatives believe in, because we know where they get their facts from. We've seen them pick their facts from Kijiji rather than relying on science, rather than relying on what works in the community. What works in the community, Mr. Speaker, very programs, circles of accountability and support. Those are the kind of programs that work in the community. And here's another example, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about the changes. I don't understand as a parent. I don't understand as a legislator. I'm running out of time, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand as a member of Parliament. So here's the government wants to enact High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database Act to establish a publicly accessible database that contains information that a police service or other public authority has previously made accessible to the public with respect to persons who were found guilty of sexual offences against children and who pose a high risk of committing crimes of sexual nature. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the government is, if the offender poses a high risk of repeating crimes of sexual nature, why are they being released in the community in the first place? So that's how idiotic this government is, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, if we're really concerned about ensuring safety of our children, we do need to provide resources. This bill does not provide any resources for our community to ensure safety in our communities.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I may, I'd like to provide comment in regards to the whole issue of prevention, in particular the circumstances that often children will find themselves that are living in our communities. And quite often, Mr. Speaker, you will find, for example, dysfunctional families. And in a dysfunctional family, you'll often see a child is far more vulnerable to being exploited. And the reason why I say that is I do believe that governments of Canada, working with provincial governments and other entities, can in fact help develop and encourage programs that will at least give some of these high-risk children that are living in communities a better chance of being able to avoid being exploited. And that's something in which we don't talk enough about inside the House of Commons, is that there is so much more that we could be doing by working with others and developing the programs that are necessary in order to provide a helping hand to children that are more susceptible to being exploited. And I'm wondering if the member might want to provide some comment on that aspect. It's not only good just to bring in legislation dealing with one end, we have to be responsible in dealing with other ends.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for that question, and certainly we can do more. And one of the things we can do, Mr. Speaker, and this government, we had $10 million that was earmarked for to deal with the child exploitation that was with the RCMP, and that went unspent. And this government clawed it back to put it into the general revenue, Mr. Speaker. So if we're really concerned about ensuring safety in our communities, safety of our children, the least we can do is provide those funds to the very frontline service providers that need these resources. I've talked to a number of RCMP officers. I've talked to a number of frontline workers that deal with families, that deal with children. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you there's lack of funding, there's lack of commitment from this government in order to ensure that the safety of our children is put first and foremost, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, well, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't going to stand up because I am going to give a speech a little later, but I just couldn't stay silent. My son is an RCMP officer. My son was in the ICE unit. That $10 million, people who go into those units are very special people in terms of they have a lot to face. When you look on a video and you see a child being raped and you know you have to find that child and you hear their screams, there's a lot of officers who do not go into ICE and those kinds of units because they haven't been specially trained. And so the $10 million was not spent by the RCMP because they could not find the specialized people to deal with this unit. So I would say that in my comment that in this House, we can say lots of things, but it has to be truthful and it has to reflect the realities of the day. And so that's my comment, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Safety Minister is in charge of the RCMP. And if $10 million is not being spent, does the Public Safety Minister not know that this is happening in his department? Especially when this is concerning the safety of our children. Is the Public Safety Minister asleep at the switch, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the safety of our children? And, you know, that member got up, and I'm glad she brought that question up, Mr. Speaker. If we are going to protect children, if we are going to ensure safer communities, we need to ensure this government needs to pay more attention, this Public Safety Minister needs to pay more attention to ensure that we take steps to properly train those people in timely fashion that takes care of, provides resources into the community, Mr. Speaker. And maybe the member across the aisle want to ask the Public Safety Minister, where has he been? Why hasn't he been paying attention to the $10 million that hasn't been spent and clawed back into the general revenue, Mr. Speaker?
Before we resume debate, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Sandwich Gulf Islands regarding public safety. The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor regarding fisheries and oceans.
And the Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles on CBC Radio-Canada. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak today in this debate on the bill to give tougher penalties to child predators. And I'd like to say that throughout my professional experience, I have fought tirelessly for the rights of women and to eliminate child poverty. There's nothing sadder than to see children in vulnerable situations, whether it be because of a lack of family guidance, because of family violence, or simply because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Our duty in this House is to ensure that we take all possible measures to ensure that our families and children and our communities are safe. In recent years, a large number of children, boys and girls, have been victims of sexual crimes in too many communities in Canada, and this is having a negative effect on too many aspects of their lives, on their self-confidence, their ability to trust others, and their mental health, among others. Too many families are hurt, devastated, and broken by these reprehensible criminal acts. This bill is a societal debate which is very complex because it affects several levels of government, including municipalities, provinces, and territories. It involves the forces of law and order, including the RCMP and provincial and municipal police forces. It also involves a number of external groups, including psychologists and psychosocial workers, among others. So as a mother and also as the former president of the Regroupement des Groupes des Femmes de la Capitale Nationale, I'm happy to contribute to this debate. This bill doesn't go far enough to protect women and children who are the victims of sexual violence. The Conservatives say that they're tough-on-crime champions. However, they're wrong if they think that the measures in this bill are sufficient. This isn't the first or the last time that I will tell this government, your magical thinking is not working. So here's what I'm expecting from this government. I'm asking this government to realize the importance of prevention, that they understand that simply making sentences more strict is not going to have the results they desire, and that they need to put in place concrete measures and not just nice words. Because of their lack of leadership to find concrete solutions, our children are suffering. I'll list some statistics that shocked me and that will undoubtedly shock the people who are listening today. Sexual crimes against children have gone up by 6% in the last 2 years. This statistic is from the Minister of Justice. He said it when he appeared before the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. A 6% increase. So that's very, very concerning. Over the last decade, Canada has seen a major increase in the number of people who have been charged with sexual contact, incitation, sexual exploitation, and child luring over computers. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll be dividing my speech into 3 main points. First, I will criticize the idea of more severe prison sentences, which are not enough to deal with the problem. Secondly, I will look at the cuts that have been made to protective services in the country. And third, I will put forward some real needs of citizens and some concrete actions that could be done. First, I would like to note that the NDP has always had a zero-tolerance policy when it comes to sexual crimes against children. It's important to repeat this: zero tolerance when it comes to sexual crimes against children. When preparing this speech on Bill C-26, I asked myself, why have the Conservatives, who claim to be so tough on crime, why do they only have one solution for all crimes? For them, no matter what the crime is, there's just one solution: tougher sentencing. Well, alone, tougher sentences are not enough. There needs to be a more all-encompassing approach. Once again, the statistic of a 6% increase in sexual crimes against children in the last 2 years proves that the Conservative approach is minimalist. And it's shameful. I would not like to be in the skin of the Justice Minister who needs to justify this statistic before Canadians and before victims. In one of the amendments proposed by the NDP, we want to we've requested the Minister table an annual report before Parliament to deal with the efficiency of this act. This was refused. How can that be justified to victims and their families? Over the last 5 years, I've said many times, this government is too often working reactively and not proactively. Investing in crime prevention doesn't seem to be important to them. But it's important to me and to my constituents in Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, and certainly to many, many Canadians. The government must absolutely invest in crime prevention and in other practical solutions to guarantee the safety of our communities. I have to say we are disappointed that this bill doesn't go far enough by proposing truly effective solutions to protect our children and make our communities safer. So I'll come to my second point, the cuts and the lack of funding. If we want to reduce the number of sexual crimes against children in this country, well, we need to make sure that we have the resources in place to do that. But once again, well, we're disappointed because this bill comes with no new funding. Funding on the ground and resources on the ground can't always match the Conservative government's law and order policies. The NDP believes that our communities need more resources to fight sexual abuse of children. In terms of funding for police services, well, we're asking police services right now to do more with less. The RCMP is already having a hard time putting in place a criminal record database, and with this bill, we're giving the RCMP increased work, but without giving them the funding they need to protect our children. And so I recently learned to my great surprise that the RCMP did not spend the $10 million that were provided for the National Coordination Center Against Child Exploitation and for other anti-child pornography projects, despite the fact that the number of crimes in this area has been going up. How can the government justify that? And my third point, well, I'd like to briefly talk about the fact that the Conservatives never listen to suggestions of community members or experts. At the NDP, when it comes to passing bills, we don't take that lightly. We always encourage committees to study bills. We meet with experts, associations, and professionals. This is done transparently, and we want to hear their points of view. We often propose amendments that are based on the arguments made by those who are working out in the field, who know what's really going on. And it's no different with this bill. However, what's unfortunate, and comes back again and again in this process, is the fact that the Conservatives constantly reject all amendments. We understand their political game. However, what I find particularly offensive is that association specialists and professionals who've appeared before a committee have seen their recommendations be ignored. They're the experts. We ask them for their opinions, and they enlighten us. So why are the Conservatives ignoring their recommendations? And what we want is very simple. We want the government to stop turning a blind eye to expert testimony and understand the scope of the problem, that they be open, that they accept to work in cooperation with the opposition parties and with experts. And to finish, if we're here, it's because we are all working in the interest of all Canadians. It's not easy to do, and we don't have all the answers, but in terms of the statistic of 6% increase in sexual crimes against children, if we want that to drop, if we want children to stop being the victims of a sexual crime, and if we want communities to have more resources to act in prevention, well, we need to do more.
We will be voting in favor of Bill C-26, but I want to make it clear that I have a number of criticisms. I would encourage the government to stop putting their heads in the sand by thinking that more strict sentences will resolve all the problems. That's not the case. I would encourage the government to provide organizations that support victims and to police officers what they need to be able to carry out their work properly. I would call on the government to listen to the experts and improve this bill. Which measures are really needed to protect people? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would compliment the member in terms of just many aspects of her speech. There was a couple that stand out for me, and it just reinforces. And I think the term that she uses, lack of family guidance. And I think that there are many situations where children do lack that guidance, which ultimately leads them into a very vulnerable position. And we know that many of them will ultimately be exploited in some fashion or another. And as she pointed out, and I've indicated earlier, we have this growing exploitation of children through the Internet. She made reference to the 6% factor in the last couple of years. We're talking about hundreds of children every year continue in terms of just the growth to get exploited. And I'm wondering if she might want to add some further comments in regards to the important role that the government has to play in working with others in terms of dealing with some of the causes that bring into being the lack of family guidance or dysfunctional families or whatever one might want to call it.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is quite right in what he has said here. The government has to give more powers and more responsibility to organizations working with child victims and to those helping support these and prevent these crimes. Also, organizations that work with sexual offenders. The government has to do more to help police officers as well to intervene and give resources to the provinces, the RCMP, to tackle the problem. Especially with the Internet, it is very easy to exploit children.
Question and commentaire, l'Honorable.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lille-Kamouraska. My colleague has raised a number of important issues. The increase in the number of reported cases is, of course, a great concern. I've heard from people who are very skilled, and they have a very difficult task because when someone is thinking about these things and then actually act, it is a terrible thing. But I've heard from those in the field that they can intervene before people actually offend, and they can take action to help people not commit crimes again. So I've talked to people from both of those areas, and they have said that it is very difficult work because the individuals that do this sort of thing, that commit these offenses, are repugnant to me, but they do need support. I would like to hear from my colleague about what we need to do to prevent new victims. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are too many sexual deviants in our society, and this has increased with the advent of the Internet. We need child protection officers. We need people in the street. We need all those people who can intervene before, during, and after these things happen. We have to do what is needed to prevent the crimes from happening and to help those who have committed crimes not repeat their actions. We have to do this, obviously, in collaboration with the provinces. It is very important to take action now to protect children that have not yet been victims of sexual abuse.
Debate, the honourable member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very happy to be able to get up and put some input into this very important bill, which, Mr. Speaker, I think is of paramount importance that it passes through this Parliament as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, our government has had a very strong desire to protect children, and when it comes to criminal activities such as sexual exploitation against our most vulnerable, our children, we know that we must never back down in our efforts to stop these terrible crimes. When one child is hurt or exploited, it is one child too many. And as a parliamentarian, Mr. Speaker, and as a mother of 6 children, I'm convinced that we need to do more to protect our children against sexual exploitation, and I believe strongly that the legislation before this House today will do just that. And, Mr. Speaker, I feel strongly that Canadians all across this country will pay attention to these speeches today, will pay attention to the responses, and will pay attention to where everybody stands on this issue. And I'm sure every member in this House feels, whether they're a parent, an uncle, an aunt, or a grandparent or friend, I'm sure everyone agrees that we must make sure that individuals who sexually exploit children are held fully accountable. And I hope that every member agrees that we must make sure those laws allow our justice system to hand out appropriate sentences that match the seriousness of the crime. With Bill C-26, tougher penalties for child predators, we have an opportunity today to take an important step to protect our children from this crime that occurs far too often. As the stats show, as was mentioned earlier, there's a 6% increase in child sex offenses against children. And I urge all members of this House to support the passage of this bill without delay. Our children are too important, and it affects every family in Canada in one way or another. Child sexual abuse is a crime of the most heinous nature, Mr. Speaker. It causes unimaginable devastation to the lives of children, and studies have shown that it profoundly affects victims into adulthood and throughout their lives, and I dare say it affects their families as well. Children under the age of 18 accounted for more than half the victims of sexual offences reported to police in 2012, and these numbers are unacceptable. They call for the kind of tough and decisive measures our government has proposed to this legislation. This bill contains a number of important elements, some of which fall under the responsibility of the Minister of Justice, including, as the name suggests, tougher penalties for those convicted of child sexual offences. And that's exactly what they should get, tougher penalties. Legislation would require judges, Mr. Speaker, to impose consecutive sentences when convicted child sex offenders are sentenced at the same time for contact child sexual offences against multiple victims, or for child porn and contact child sexual offences. With this legislation, Mr. Speaker, both the maximum and minimum penalties for child offences would be increased, as would the maximum penalties for violating conditions of supervision orders. And this is well put, Mr. Speaker, when 6% more offences are being occurred in our great country. This bill also includes many practical measures at better safeguarding children against sexual exploitation, both in Canada and abroad. Our government often speaks about the need to ensure that law enforcement has the tools they need to do their job of helping to keep citizens safe. That is certainly a key preoccupation of mine, and I'm proud of our government's record. It is a record upon which we can further build this legislation. For the purposes, Mr. Speaker, of our discussion today, the tool in question is the National Sex Offender Registry, administered by the RCMP and used by police officers all across the country. It goes without saying that law enforcement agencies need to be aware of the location of registered sex offenders, and that is where the registry comes in. As of January 2015, there were approximately 37,000 registered sex offenders on the registry. Of those, approximately 25,000 have a conviction for a child sex offense. Clearly, the National Sex Offender Registry is a vital tool for police in that it provides officers with rapid access to information on registered sex offenders who are living or working in a given area and can help police in their work to prevent or investigate sexual crimes. Members in this House know that our government has made some legislative improvements already to enhance the effectiveness of the registry. In 2011, we ensured that convicted sex offenders were automatically included in the registry and are required to give a mandatory DNA sample to the National DNA Data Bank. But we could do more to strengthen its effectiveness as a tool to assist police in carrying out their work, Mr. Speaker. To do that, we need to make some important amendments to the legislation that governs the registry, namely the Sex Offender Information Registration Act. As members know, that act came into force in 2004 and authorized the establishment of this database containing information on convicted sex offenders across Canada. It includes information such as offenders' name, address, place of employment, and physical description. Let me describe, Mr. Speaker, how the proposed amendments in the legislation before us will improve the effectiveness of the registry, beginning with the enhanced reporting requirements that would be imposed on sex offenders. Obviously, reporting requirements, Mr. Speaker, are very important to ensure police have up-to-date information on the whereabouts of registered sex offenders, including when they travel outside of Canada. As it stands today, Mr. Speaker, registered sex offenders are required to report in person to registry officials on an annual basis and within 7 days if they change either their address or legal name. They must also notify registry officials within 7 days of a change in employment or volunteer activity, including the type of work they do. All registered sex offenders are required to report the dates of absences of 7 days or more for travel, either within or outside of Canada. These are critical reporting requirements from both a perspective of accountability and public safety, but, Mr. Speaker, they don't go far enough. At present, these offenders are only required to provide specific destinations and addresses for travel within Canada. And here is where it's obvious that there's a need for increased accountability and reporting. Canada is one of many countries on the international stage that is gravely concerned about child sex tourism. Our determination to protect children from sexual crime doesn't stop at our borders, Mr. Speaker. It extends to children everywhere, and that is why, with this bill, we are taking measures to increase the reporting requirements for sex offenders who travel abroad and imposing even more stringent requirements on those who have committed these crimes against children. Registered sex offenders with a child sex offense would be required to report in advance international travel of any duration. This would now include a requirement to provide the address or locations where they'll be staying and the specific dates of their travel.
As for other registered sex offenders, that is, those who do not fall into the category of child sex offender, their reporting requirements would be as follows. They would have to report any trips of 7 days or longer, including, again, the dates and address or locations where they'll be staying. They would also be required to report their passport and driver license numbers. Of note, the new reporting obligations would apply to those currently in the registry and those convicted after the legislation comes into force. Taken together, these changes would have the effect of ensuring that police have better information regarding the whereabouts of traveling sex offenders. Another very critical part, Mr. Speaker, is the information sharing. The next element in the bill I'll highlight is how we would provide for the exchange of information on certain registered sex offenders between officials responsible for the registry and those at the Canada Border Services Agency, or as we know, CBSA. As members have heard, under current legislative framework, there is no specific legal mechanism for this information to be shared at the present time. While the current legislation allows registry information to be shared in certain circumstances, including to police services, there is no such authority for sharing with CBSA. This gap in information sharing obviously inhibits our knowledge about the travel of sex offenders, and it's a gap that needs to be addressed. Given its responsibility to management of our borders, CBSA can and should be one of the authorities involved in receiving and providing information that assists in monitoring the travel of sex offenders. So with this bill, we would close the information gap by providing the authority for officials at the registry to regularly disclose information to the CBSA about child sex offenders who are assessed as high risk, Mr. Speaker, to reoffend. The bill will also allow sharing of information between the RCMP and CBSA on other registered sex offenders on a case-by-case concern. I would note here that the RCMP would implement a risk assessment process to determine those child offenders that present the highest risk to reoffend, and the experts in the police forces are the people to do this. Now, upon receiving a list of these offenders, the CBSA would then ensure the sex offenders' names are placed on their lookout system. Border officials would also be authorized to collect travel information from these offenders upon their return to Canada and share it with National Sex Offender Registry officials, including their date of departure and return to Canada and every address or location in which they stayed outside of Canada. This type of enhanced information sharing would achieve two very important outcomes. The first is we would better enable authorities to investigate and prevent crimes of a sexual nature, and the second is that we would put the authorities in a better position to address any potential breaches of reporting obligations of the offender. These are reasonable changes, Mr. Speaker, that just make sense. If we're going to keep a closer eye on the travel habits of sex offenders, it only stands to reason that our border officials and National Sex Offender Registry officials need to be able to share the information. The final element of the bill is one that will allow us to further deliver our commitment to Canadians on protecting our communities from sex offenders, Mr. Speaker. This is very important to our government because Canadians want and deserve access to information that they feel could protect their families. They feel that they need to have this information. And that includes potentially the information about potentially high-risk individuals who live in their communities. That information should be easily accessible and available to all Canadians, and this bill paves the way for that. The proposed public database, the High-Risk Child Sex Offender Database, will be separate from the National Sex Offender Registry, which is accessible only to police, Mr. Speaker. This new high-risk child sex offender database would be searchable by the entire Canadian public and would include information about those high-risk child sex offenders who have already been the subject of a public notification in a provincial or territorial jurisdiction. They would be well known anyway to the public. Our government believes it is only right that Canadians have the ability to access this type of information with a few simple clicks on the computer. After all, knowledge of the presence of high-risk child sex offenders in a city would empower parents to take appropriate precautions to protect their children. To that end, I can assure members of this House that consultations are underway with the provinces, Mr. Speaker, and the territories regarding police notifications and the proposed database. We continue, Mr. Speaker, to work closely with these partners to develop further criteria to define the high-risk child sex offenders who would be included in the new publicly accessible database. How much more time do I have, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, as you see, our government has developed a clear path forward to better protect the public from offenders with one of the most troubling forms of criminal behavior that we have to face as society. And Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking as one who has worked with many traffic victims, Mr. Speaker, and many children who have been sexually violated. The impact that it has on the family, and it's not just the poor people or the Aboriginal people or the girls who are out looking for a boyfriend, whatever people say, what we're talking about is a predatory kind of crime that looks to prepubescent children for their sexual gratification. And this bill does much to close the gaps that are out there now. When you see a 6% increase in child exploitation and child sex offenses, clearly in Canada, there is a problem. This is why our government has taken bold steps to protect the children, has taken bold steps to ensure that we do every possible thing to enhance the information sharing and the communication between police forces and be down on the ground to do the real-life things to protect our children, to prevent the sexual exploitation and to prevent the sexual crimes against children. We will both improve the accountability of sex offenders and better protect those who need safeguarding the most from the crimes of a sexual nature, and those are our children. And Mr. Speaker, I have to say, I'm very proud to be part of a government that has taken a very clear stand on this. And today, it is particularly interesting to hear some of the comments, because I think we as parliamentarians have to take a very responsible attitude and make sure that the children throughout our country are protected from sexual predators. And I think that it is very frivolous to vote against or block anything that does that. And certainly with this particular bill, it has closed so many gaps that have been out there. And prior to this, and even now, a lot of children are at risk without closing these gaps, Mr. Speaker. So I'm hoping that parliamentarians on all sides of the House will put aside their partisan concerns. I know an election is coming soon, but by the same token, Canadians all across this country want these laws. They want their children protected. They want to know where the individuals reside who have been convicted of sexual offenses against children. You can't heal sexual offenses against children. They learn how to be survivors, but the occurrence comes back to them over and over again. And the first thing that I believe parliamentarians have to do in one voice is they have to protect the most vulnerable in this country. This is too important for political interference. We need to take the heart of the nation, Mr. Speaker, the heart of the parents and the children who are reaching out to our House of Commons today to put these laws into place and to ensure that their families are safe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Joliette.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for Joliette. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for her remarks, and I'd like to remind the government that the NDP supports this bill at third reading. I have a question. We know that the RCMP is already having trouble with the Register for Criminal Records because of a lack of resources. How does the Conservative government think that it will enable the RCMP to do its job, or any additional job, without additional resources?
Member for Kildonan, St. Paul.
Well, thank you. I thank the member for her question. You know, in
this economy, we can always say we need more money. We need more police officers. We also need more education. What is happening and what has happened throughout this Parliament is our government has educated all of Canada. It takes a nation to stop this kind of thing. As far as the $10 million that keeps coming up here, that $10 million was not spent by the RCMP. If you have ever seen RCMP officers from units like that, it takes a lot to go into a unit like that. It takes training. It takes a heart. It takes sacrifice with family. And, you know, that money wasn't spent, but right now in this country, for the first time, we have laws on human trafficking. For the first time, we have put laws in that people are learning about, and more training is coming on the forefront. And so I can see that as we move on in this manner, we'll have less of this problem, and the resources will be utilized very prudently.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
One of the most tragic elements of child sexual abuse is the fact that people who are abused are often the people who end up becoming perpetrators. It is a horrible, horrible dynamic that we have to deal with. But there are three things we absolutely know about high-risk sex offenders when it comes to children. One, most people doing the victimizing have been victimized themselves. Two, that most serious offenders are almost automatically listed as dangerous offenders nowadays, but they also have a history of escalating charges. In other words, they get caught doing relatively minor offenses, and it escalates as there isn't progressive punishment. And finally, preventing repeat offenders is the most effective way of protecting children. Fundamentally, the most important step a government can take is to stop repeat offenders from repeating. With all of this in mind, why did this government cut the most important, successful, and effective program that stopped offenders from reoffending? If we know that as a matter of science, why in God's earth would we stop the most effective program from being present in our communities and protecting our children? How does the government square that record?
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, I have to, say how does the members across the way square the fact that they voted against increased penalties for sexual offences against children when Bill C-10 was here in this Parliament? Our government has been, for the first time in many governments, focused on the victims, focused on the families first. And there's a limited amount of resources. We have other programs that do address these other issues as well. But how in the world, when we talk about what's important, how in the world can anybody vote against protecting children? And it is a deterrent when people have increased penalties. It is a deterrent when the communities are looking at how they can keep their communities safe. We have people in schools and in churches all across this nation that are gathering and talking about how can we have neighborhood watch? How can we make sure that we know more about where these sexual predators are? And members across the way laugh about this, and I think that's kind of a sad commentary because the protection of our children is of paramount importance.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her speech. And just like to seek her comments on those of us who've been involved with policing in our own communities and the difficulty actually of finding individuals within the policing community who really want and have a desire to go down this road and as was mentioned and has been mentioned across the aisle many times, accusing the minister of not spending the $10 million. Frankly, having been on the governance side of policing in my community, the challenges that police face in this category of crime are enormous. And I know she has a personal relationship with that, and she mentioned it during her speech. So I'm wondering if you could further that comment, that This is unbelievable policing when it comes down to where the rubber meets the road on this issue.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Well, thank you, and it would take a former police officer to ask a question like that. I think I thank my colleague. Having said that, when you talk about the difficulties of policing and being in ICE units, how do you sit for hours watching a TV that shows the rapes and hearing the children's cries, and you know that you have to go find out where that child is because many of the predators film what they do? How do you go into an establishment and pick up a child when you finally found her and you take her out after she's been sexually abused for a very long time? When you take the hand of that child, that hand is the same hand of your children. That I know when I rescued a 14-year-old, her hand reminded me of my youngest daughter's hand when I took it. And so those police officers connect personally with what happens. And I know years afterward, they still hear the cries. The dreams still come. I know my own son was talking about when he heard when he went to sleep, he could hear the cries of the children, and he couldn't get the door down, and that was a recurring dream, and that happens to a lot of ICE officers. So the policing of this kind of thing is very, very challenging.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député Montmagny-Lillette, Camara.
The honourable member for Montmagny-Lillette, Kamouraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, our colleague from Kildonan St. Paul said a comment, and I hope I understood it correctly. She said her son worked on investigations. So first and foremost, if I understood correctly, I salute him for that. It must be extremely, extremely difficult work to do. It must be very difficult. So first of all, I want to congratulate, or salute in fact, her son for that work. Now, secondly, another comment, something I didn't understand. Now, Conservative members have said, yes, there was $10 million that wasn't used, that should have been used within the services that are investigating pedophilia. The colleague said it wasn't spent, and perhaps this is a valid argument, but it's difficult to find police officers to do the job, but then they also need solid training. I understand that. So the process must be long and arduous, and I understand that. But what I don't understand, and I'd like my colleague to explain, is why they didn't keep those dollars, the millions of dollars, and invest massively in the need for recruitment and training for these officers if it's so difficult for them to do their jobs, instead of sending the money off for other purposes.
In St. Paul.
Thank you. That is a very good comment. And as you know, this government put forth a national action plan against human trafficking for exactly that, for training for police officers. And you know, the laws in Canada are very new on human trafficking, and some of them newer on the child exploitation and sexual offenses. And you know, when you mention the money that goes into that, our government put lots of money into, to try to meet the need that's out there, because the need is greater than, what has been addressed today, because we need those trained police officers. I also want to point out that public safety did put in $2.5 million to combat sexual exploitation, child sexual exploitation, and those dollars were used for programming and for awareness and for all those kinds of things as well. So it's not only that $10 million, but there's other dollars that have gone in to help on the other side of it too.
Reprise de débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
That I'm splitting my time with the member from Laval-des-Îles. Speaker, the stats are troubling. 1 out of 3 girls and 1 out of 6 boys will be sexually abused before the age of 18. Seeing these statistics, it means that right now in Canada there's 5 million girls who have been sexually abused and 2.8 million boys. That number is too high. And that's a statistic that should trouble everyone in Canada. That's part of the reason why we are supporting Bill C-26 going forward, but we don't believe that the bill goes far enough. And I'll explain why, Speaker. 95% of child sexual abuse victims know their perpetrator in some way. This is a statistic from the Badgley Commission in the 80s. 68% are abused by a family member, someone within their family, a stepfather, father, an uncle. When we think of these statistics, the problem becomes much more complex. Now, I'm the father of a 10-year-old girl. I have another daughter that's on the way. She's due to be born in June. And so these statistics are troubling to me as a father. It's something that's always on my mind. It's always a worry that one day something might happen to my daughter. And here on the NDP side and the opposition side, we have zero tolerance for child sexual abuse. And I'd like to think that a zero tolerance for child sexual abuse doesn't mean that you only get the predator after they have abused a child, because that's in effect what this bill is addressing. Everything that's addressed in this bill, the sexual abuse has already happened. My hope as a father is that we could get rid of child sexual abuse before it happens, before any child in this country is abused. And there's nothing in the bill, there's nothing in C-26 that will actually stop a child from being abused, and I'll explain why. The reason is that once the police put a predator in jail, he's abused a child. Once a perpetrator's name is in a database, they've abused a child already. The abuse has already happened. And so my question to my colleague, who unfortunately may or may not be listening to me speaking about this, is that we have to find a solution to stopping sexual abuse before it happens. And we have to reduce this problem that's in our country. But with that said, we do support measures to remove child sexual predators from general society to protect the children that they may further abuse. We even went to the point during the debates on C-10 to approach the House Leader and to approach the Minister responsible to say that we would take all the measures for child sexual predators and fast-track them through the House. Take them out of this omnibus legislation, fast-track them right away, make them into law right away. Unfortunately, the other side didn't accept that. We thought that the need to pass them was pressing, and that's why we proposed that. And we would agree, put these predators away so that the abuse stops. But we have to start talking about taking real action, and we have to actually back up this action with actual funding, because tough words will not solve the problem. And we also have to keep an open mind when we discuss this, because child sexual abuse is a wicked problem. It doesn't have simple solutions. The statistics that I cited at the top of my speech should make members think. Often when abuse happens in a family, the child is unwilling to speak because it may be a father or a stepfather, and they feel that they're trying to, in the child's mind, they're trying to protect their family in one way, and yet they're trying to protect themselves, and it's a very confusing experience for a child. The institution, U.S. institution, the Child Molestation Research and Prevention Institute, says professionals and physicians and therapists can never put an end to sexual abuse, neither can the courts or the police. Why? Because they come to the scene too late. By the time they get there, the children have already been molested. So the question we should be asking is, how do we prevent child abuse? We need to have frank discussions, and the member across mentioned about educating, but part of the education piece that needs to happen is how to talk within families about abuse. Not just talking always like the abuse, the predator is a stranger outside of the family that's going to somehow somehow infiltrate the family to abuse the children. Often the abuser is within the family already, so we need the tools to have these frank discussions about issues of abuse, issues of consent. As I said, 95% of the people are known to the children. 68% are often a family member. So at the core, sending molesters to jail as a solution to child molestation, and this is again from that institute, will always fail our children, because in order for a molester to be jailed, children will be abused. And it's the same with treatment. People who perpetrate the child sexual abuse have already, when they're identified for treatment, they've already abused the child often. And the member across the way also said that, what we think of child sexual predators isn't always the case. It's not one ethnic group. It's not one social class. There was actually a study done. It was called the Abel and Harlow Child Molestation Prevention Study, and they looked at 4,000 admitted child molesters from the age 18 to 20 men, and they found these following statistics. 77% were married. 93% of those men were religious men. They were men of faith. 46% had college educations, and 65% had normal, steady work. And so after stating that, what does a child sexual predator look like? It could look like physically like any man in this chamber, many of the men in this chamber. And so it's not what we imagine it to be on the outside. These look like normal men on the outside, but inside they have a disorder that's been identified under the DSM as pedophilia. And pedophilia is an awful, awful mental disorder. And we don't discuss attacking this disorder enough. Often pedophilia is identified in the teenage years in men. There are signs that appear that can be flagged or signaled, and if we signaled them or flagged them soon enough, we may be able to prevent sexual abuse from occurring. If we could identify in the teenage years the signs of this disorder, then we could actually attack it right at the root, which is where we have to attack it, because then we could actually prevent these men and sometimes women from actually committing the sexual abuse. We have to focus on the cause. We have to develop a prevention plan for preventing sexual abuse from ever happening. And so C26 does a wonderful job at looking what to do afterwards, after someone's abused a child. Put them in jail, put them in a database. But we really need to take action. We really need to take action on finding a way to prevent child abuse from happening ever in the first place. Okay? And the way that we're going to do that is we have to have a frank discussion. We have to stop portraying this as a stranger that's going to perpetrate sexual abuse on your child. We know the statistics. There's been tons of studies done. And what we have to do now is really put the resources towards the root of this problem and start having frank discussions within our families, with our neighbors, about the roots of sexual abuse, and start to put our energy so that no child in this country, out of those 7 million children I cited, that the next generation will have even less, and eventually, hopefully, eradicate this problem from our society entirely. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for his impassioned speech. As a father of 2 daughters as well, I can certainly understand where he's coming from. But he did touch on, the crux of the issue that he's talking about a little bit. He said, we don't know who these people are. There could be any one of us, and certainly dealing with pedophilia and child sexual assault is a multifaceted approach. But I would just like to ask, why does he think that having in this act, this bill C-26, serving sentences consecutively, having an increase in maximum prison sentence for sexual offenses, how is that not going to stop additional attacks on children? Certainly, we can start at the root of the problem, but this is also going to address repeat offenders, and I think that's also very important. If he could answer why he doesn't think this is going to address that.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, I said in my speech already that we're supporting it. I also said that imposing jail sentences does stop the abuse, the further abuse. So I don't think I said anything in my speech that contradicted the fact that we need to stop further abuse. But the crux of my speech is that we have to actually stop abuse before it happens. And this bill addresses elements of after abuse has happened. But I'd like to see something appear in this House that's actually going to reduce the prevalence of abuse and actually go at the root and stop people from abusing rather than addressing it after the fact and being reactionary after abuse has already happened.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
The problem with a crime and punishment agenda is that it requires crime and only responds with punishment. And so I'd be interested in your comments on the notion that the most prevalent cohort of child sexual offenders are people who are offended themselves. In other words, criminalizing and punishing and only punishing attacks victims themselves. And what your thoughts are on that and how that relates to preventative strategies as being a way of eliminating this horrible, horrible blight altogether.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Well, there certainly is a cycle of abuse. I knew people in my childhood that were abused, and I knew that their parents were abused as well. So the parent was both abused and abuser. And it's just a tragic thing. And the thing about the crime and punishment agenda is that sometimes I think that, yes, it's necessary to protect our society from these predators, but at the same time, sometimes the crime and punishment agenda takes away from the frank discussions that we should be having about the cycle of abuse and the effect that it's having on us as a society. And it takes away resources from perhaps what we could do in preventing abuse from happening in the first place and treating this as a serious matter in families.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for
Louis Saint Laurent.
For Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to warmly thank my colleague from Vaudreuil-Soulanges for his speech. I think that it's important here to note the courage of making such a speech because in our society, I think that everyone agrees to say that those who commit sexual abuse against children are among those who are the most ostracized, and with reason, from society. And that's something that we as a society are doing everything we can to fight. But he noted several times in his speech to what extent, yes, it's important that, yes, we want to put these people in prison, and it's important that there be tough sentences and that we send a clear message. But at the same time, every time we send someone to prison, that means that a child has been abused. And if there's something that we could do to prevent that, instead of simply congratulating ourselves by sending these people to prison, well, I think that that would be very important. So I'd like to ask him to speak a little bit more on that point for a few seconds. The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges, short answer, please. Yes, I can say frankly that that's what troubles me the most. When we talk about these bills, the abuse has already taken place. There's already a child who has been abused. Could we not work for once in such a way as to prevent the abuse? Could we stop the prevalence of these crimes? Resuming debate for just 2 minutes. The honourable member for... Well, I can start by saying that we will be voting in favor of this bill. Some Conservative members don't seem to be clear on that. The honourable member for Laval-les-Îles. But as several colleagues have mentioned today, the debate is touching on how we imprison sexual predators. And it seems like children are being forgotten in this. Those who've been abused will live with the scars their entire lives. And certainly putting sexual predators in prison is a good idea, but it would be even better to prevent the sexual crimes from happening. And so, as the previous member who spoke said, there's nothing in this bill that prevents sexual predators from acting. Certainly once they're in prison, they won't be able to commit these crimes. But there's nothing for prevention. In terms of the scars, well, I'm well placed to speak to this because my sister is has an emergency foster home. So she welcomes in children who have to be taken out of their families in emergency situations. And unfortunately, very often, those children who are removed from their families are removed because they're the victims of sexual violence committed by their own parents. So they're removed from their families, and these children feel like it's their fault, that they've done something wrong because they're being taken away from their families. And all of this could be avoided if, in addition to having a bill that would imprison sexual predators, we had something to fight this at the source and offer prevention. As it is 5:30, pursuant to the order made Tuesday, March 24th, 2015, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion number 17 under Ways and Means. Call in the members.
question is as follows. That a Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act be concurred in. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher. Ms. Leach. Ms. Leach. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Fantino. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Valcourt. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Blaney. Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Finley Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Clement. Mr. Clement. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Paradis. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Ritz. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Shea. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Fast. Mr. Fast. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Rate. Ms. Rate. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Rickford. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. O'Toole. Mr. Poirier. Mr. Poirier. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Chong. Mr. Chong. Mr. Stupe. Mr. Stupe. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Gosal. Mr. Gosal. Ms. Rempel. Ms. Rempel. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Yelich. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Holder. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret. Mrs. Ablonsi. Mrs. Ablonsi. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Velicott. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Goldring. Mrs. Greywall. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Trottier. Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Gugge. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Braid. Mr. Braid. Mr. Gill. Mr. Gill. Ms. James. Ms. James. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. McLeod. Mr. Leon. Mr. Leon. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Monsieur Lemieux. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Menegakis. Mr. Workington. Mr. Workington. Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Smith. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. Anders. Mr. Anders. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Kamarnicki. Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Cran Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Lozon. Mr. Lozon. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Trost. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mrs. Davidson. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Gedipo. Mr. Gedipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Storsett. Mr. Storsett. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kester. Mr. Van Kester. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Clark. Mr. Clark. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Dreesen. Mr. Dreesen. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Hobart. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColeman. McColeman. Mr. Richard. Mr. Richard. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Preston. Mr. Preston. Mr. Allen Tibic McNaquat. Mr. Allen Tibic McNaquat. Mr. Kerr. Mr. Kerr. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast City Sky Country. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast City Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Young Oakville. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Adler. Mr. Adler. Mrs. Ambler. Mrs. Ambler. Mr. Aspen. Mr. Aspen. Madame Bateman. Madame Bateman. Mr. Butt. Mr. Butt. Mr. Chisu. Mr. Chisu. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Daniel. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Leaf. Mr. Lizon. Mr. Lizon. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Opitz. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Tote. Mr. Tote. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Wilkes. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Ms. Young Vancouver South. Ms. Young Vancouver South. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett. Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Falk. Mr. Falk. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. DeVolen. Mrs. Perkins. Mrs. Perkins. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Rathgaber.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Mr. Mark.
Mr. Mark.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Greguet.
Madame Greguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamont.
Madame Blanchette-Lamont.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Mort.
Monsieur Sagana.
Monsieur Sagana.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Lebel.
Monsieur Diane Lebel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Mr. Tobias.
Mr. Tobias.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore, Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo. Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin, Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin, Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Miss Fry.
Miss Fry.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Scroll.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 122, 122.
I declare the motion carried. La Chambre procédera maintenant au vote par appel nominal.
The House will now proceed with the taking of the deferred recorded division on motion M537 under private members' business in the name of Mr. Christofferson. The question is as follows.
Christofferson, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should A, apologize to the people of Hamilton for approving the 2007 foreign takeover of Stelco by U.S. Steel on the grounds that it has failed to provide a net benefit to Hamilton and Canada. B, rendre public les engagements.
B, make public the commitments U.S. Steel agreed to under the Investment Canada Act in respect of the acquisition of Stelco Inc. in 2007 and the 2011 out-of-court settlement concerning employment and production guarantees and maintenance of the employee pension system.
To ensure pension benefits for the 15,000 employees and pensioners remain fully funded and protected, including amending the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act and the Companies Creditors Arrangement Act to protect worker pensions in the event of bankruptcy. All those on my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Christopher. Mr. Christopher.
On my left.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Monsieur Morin Chicoutimi-le-Fjord.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Benskin.
Mr. Benskin.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Lebel.
Monsieur Diane Lebel.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Monsieur Tsabaïs.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Board.
Madame Board.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Shue.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Third row on my left.
Monsieur Giguère.
Monsieur Giguère.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Aymar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalle-Aymar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Second row on my left.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Monsieur Toon.
Monsieur Toon.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Turmel.
Madame Greguet.
Madame Greguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Carroll.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Bélanger.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Valerius.
Mr. Valerius.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Monsieur Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Mark.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
In favor of the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. Première rangée.
First row.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Olin.
Mr. DeVoe.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Second row.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Première rangée.
First row.
All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my right, please rise.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tabic Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen the Big Mactaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, City Sky Country.
Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Weston St. John.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Chisu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Ms. Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Hebert.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Kamarnicki.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warrawah.
Mr. Warrawah.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gettypo.
Mr. Gettypo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Storsett.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Hobart.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Third row.
Mr. Velikot.
Mr. Velikot.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Mrs. James.
Mrs. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Mrs. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mrs. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Hahn.
Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Trupe.
Mr. Trupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Good.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Mrs. Rempel.
Mrs. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan McCorrell North.
Mr. Duncan McCorrell North.
Mrs. Yellis.
Mrs. Yellis.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Middles Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
South Shore Street
South Shore Street,
Margaret.
Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs.
Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Velcourt.
Mr. Velcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Western Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Rate.
Ms. Rate.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond
Ms.
East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poitiers.
Mr. Poitiers.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Yeas, pour 122, 122. Nays, contre 145, 45.
I declare the motion defeated. La Chambre procède.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-219 under private members' business.
The question is as follows. Mr. Adler, seconded by Mrs. Ambler, move that Bill S-219, an act respecting a national day of commemoration of the exodus of Vietnamese refugees and their acceptance in Canada after the fall of Saigon and the end of the Vietnam War, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. All those on my right in favor of the motion will please aye. Fifth row on my right.
Mr. President, Mr. to the connected flag. Kirk. Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Toast. Mr. Toast. Mr. Wills.
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williams.
Young Nicholas South. Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Hubert. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Crampons Edward Hastings.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Gedipo.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Storseth.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Van Kester.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. McColman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodward.
Mr. Woodward.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Velikov.
Mr. Velikov.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Decker.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leung.
Mr. Leung.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs.
Mrs. Trupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Gosal.
Mr. Gosal.
Ms. Rempel.
Ms. Rempel.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp at Meadows Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mrs. Oblonsky.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
First row.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Finley Haldeman Norfolk.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Ritz.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Coquitlam.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Rate.
Ms. Rate.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Finley Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev. Okay.
All those in favor of the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Madame Morin, Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Lefiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine.
Mr. Bensky.
Mr. Bensky.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurentier-de-la-Belle.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Mr. Adamanenko.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Bellavance.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Patry.
Monsieur Patry.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgate.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Mourani.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
Fourth row.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Choquet.
Monsieur Choquet.
Mr. Sanders.
Mr. Sanders.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Monsieur Diane Labelle.
Madame Freeman.
Madame Freeman.
Sitzabaisen.
Ms. Sitzabaisen.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Doré Lefebvre.
Madame Quach.
Madame Quach.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Reynaud.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Troisième row.
Third row.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Gigard.
Mr. Gigard.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Ravignan.
Mr. Ravignan.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette
Madame
Lamotte.
Blanchette Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc Lassalle-Mort.
Madame Leblanc Lassalle-Mort.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Harris, Scarborough Southwest.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Cleary.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Kotler.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eichen.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Second row.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Mai.
Mr. Mai.
Madame D.
Madame D.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Toon.
Mr. Toon.
Madame
Madame
Turmel.
Turmel.
Madame Groguet.
Madame Groguet.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Chisholm.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Bulleris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Crowder.
Ms. Charlton.
Ms. Charlton.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valerian.
Mr. Valerian.
Ms. Foote.
Ms. Foote.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Scroll.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
First row.
Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Sims Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Welland.
Mr. Alan
Ms.
Welland.
Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Mr. Harrison Johns East.
Madame Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Ms. Nash.
Ms. Nash.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin
Madame
Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Macaulay.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Monsieur Leblanc Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Fry. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row on my right. Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row.
Third row. Second row. First row. All those opposed to the motion, fifth row on my left, please rise. Quatrième row.
Fourth row.
Troisième row.
Third row.
Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 266, 266. Nays, contre, aucun, nil.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Oh, the Honourable Government House Leader is rising.
Thank you very much. There have been consultations among the parties. I think that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, in relation to the consideration of government motion number 17A, after 3 members have spoken to the motion, no member except the leaders of officially recognized parties shall speak for more than 10 minutes, provided that following each such speech, a period not exceeding 5 minutes shall be made available, if required, to allow members to ask questions and comment briefly on matters relevant to the speech and to allow responses thereto. B, the Speaker shall, in relation to the 4th and 5th members to speak, give preference to members who are not members of a recognized party before resuming the usual debate rotation observed by the Chair. And C, on Thursday, March 26, 2015, the motion shall be the first item considered under government orders following the daily routine of business, and the House may continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment until 12 midnight or until no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, at which time the debate shall be deemed adjourned, provided that after 6:30 p.m. no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. It being 6:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Please. Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-218, National Fiddling Day Act, in the name of Ms. O'Neill Gordon.
Order. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill S-218, an act respecting National Fiddling Day, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? I declare the motion carried. When shall the bill be read a third time? Now. Order. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, moves that Bill S-218, an act respecting National Fiddling Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy to rise in the House to once again speak on my proposed Bill S-218 to designate a National Fiddling Day. Fiddling has a rich history in our country, and I believe this history needs to be cherished and celebrated. Fiddling is an expression that has roots throughout our entire nation. Fiddle music connects all regions of Canada and brings a universal smile and a toe tap whenever it is heard. From the Down East style made famous by Don Messer to the Métis style spread by John Arcand to the traditional Cape Breton style played by Natalie McMaster, fiddling is an integral part of Canadian culture that has long-standing historical roots. Whatever the style, the common thread is to spread happiness and joy to all those who both play and listen. Enacting the third Saturday in May of each year as National Fiddling Day will encourage all Canadians to embrace and enjoy this day, and it will bring a spotlight to the many Canadians who have graced the country and the world with this infectious and important music. I'm especially happy to propose this legislation at this time when the Canadian Grand Masters Fiddling Association has recently celebrated their 25th anniversary. The association does important work in promoting and preserving fiddling music in Canada. Also this year, the Canadian Grand Masters Fiddling Competition is being held in my home province of New Brunswick in the town of Sackville. New Brunswick, like all other provinces, have deep roots in the history of fiddling music. Our province hosts a very unique annual festival in the town of Plaster Rock, New Brunswick. It is the annual Fiddles on the Tobique. The event coincides, of course, with Fiddlehead season. The festival started with a lone fiddler years ago, and today attracts people from all over the world. Quite possibly the only event of its kind anywhere, Mr. Speaker. This event combines two-time honored New Brunswick traditions, fiddling and canoeing. Imagine the beautiful sight and the sound of a flotilla of canoes carrying almost 200 musicians down the Tobique River while they play old-time fiddle music. Those attending are treated to concerts, to jam sessions, to dances, and even an instructional fiddle camp. Our Atlantic Canada region in general have had great fiddlers. Winston Scottish Fitzgerald, 1914 to 1987, was a renowned Cape Breton fiddler. He was a pioneer in recorded performances of the music and has heavily influenced the style and the repertoire of later generations of players. Another award-winning Cape Breton musician, Natalie McMaster, began her fiddling career at 16. Don Messer was born in Tweedside, New Brunswick, and began playing violin at age 5, learning fiddle tunes with Irish and Scottish influences. And as a young boy, Messer would play concerts in the local area and later throughout southwestern New Brunswick. During the 1920s, Messer moved to Boston, Massachusetts for 3 years, where he received his only formal instruction in music. Messer left St. John in 1939 and moved to Charlottetown, PEI, and worked as a music director at CFCY. Here he formed the Islanders, and this music group began to make regular television appearances on CBH-TV in Halifax, Nova Scotia. CBC Television began a summer series called The Don Messer Show on August 7, 1959, which continued into the fall as Don Messer's Jubilee, produced out of Halifax. Don Messer's Jubilee was a must for us every Monday night throughout the 1960s. How we loved to hear the sound of the twin fiddles of Don Messer and Earl Mitten. The show won a wide audience and reportedly became the second most watched television show in Canada during that decade, next to Hockey Night in Canada. Another down-home style New Brunswick fiddler was Ned Landry, who taught himself to play the fiddle at an early age. Ned Landry was winner in the open class of 1956-57 and 1962 Canadian Open Old-Time Fiddlers Contest. Landry appeared in the 1950s on CFBC Radio, St. John, and in the 1960s on Don Messer's Jubilee and other TV shows. Landry was made a member of the Order of Canada in 1991. Landry was also inducted into the North American Fiddlers Hall of Fame and the Nova Scotia Country Music Hall of Fame. Ivan Hicks, another famous New Brunswick fiddler, has played the fiddle for over 60 years. He and his wife Vivian have shared their talents with many students, young and old alike, and have been an inspiration to countless others. Ivan is actively involved in promoting, attending, and instructing at workshops. He continues to judge fiddling contests throughout Canada. Many awards and honors have come to them, including the induction into the New Brunswick Country Music Hall of Fame for both Ivan and Vivian, and the North American Fiddlers Hall of Fame for Ivan. And then, of course, there is Miramichi's very own Matilda Murdoch. At the age of 8, her father gave her a fiddle, and later that year, through her own determination, she played her very first tune. Since then, she has become an icon in fiddle circles throughout North America. Murdoch has been part of the cultural community of Miramichi and New Brunswick for most of her 94 years. Her style of playing has been admired and studied by not only local fiddlers, but also fiddlers from throughout North America and more recently from Ireland. Entertainer Don Messer was one of those many admirers. He invited Matilda to play on the popular Don Messer show, and he also recorded several of her tunes to show his respect for her music. Another admirer of Matilda was our very own, the late Jim Flaherty, who visited Miramichi and was able to enjoy her music in his ancestral home of Logieville. Murdoch has garnered regional, national, and international recognition for her abilities as a composer, a player, and a teacher. She was elected into the North American Fiddle Hall of Fame and the New Brunswick Country Music Hall of Fame. Matilda Murdoch has reached and surpassed the definition of success. Organizations and musicians have recognized her on a worldwide scale. Matilda was the recipient of the Order of New Brunswick as well as the Order of Canada. Logieville also boasts another very accomplished fiddle player, Samantha Robichaud, who represents a new generation of fiddlers. Now in her late 20s, Samantha has released 7 critically acclaimed albums and has earned many awards. Her musical venture now spans over 3 decades, completing 11 albums, performing thousands of shows, and collaborating with a multitude of renowned artists. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of our very, very known fiddlers. And on Miramichi, we have our very own group of fiddlers known as the Miramichi Fiddlers of Miramichi. These men and women give of their time volunteering at fundraisers and many events on the river. They certainly bring much enjoyment to our area and are always much appreciated by all. Mr. Speaker, these are just, like I said, just a few of the fiddlers that I grew up listening to and who are known in my region. I am sure my colleagues would agree that they are just a small portion of a well-known and talented fiddlers throughout our great nation. I believe that a designated National Fiddling Day will also be important with the upcoming 150th anniversary of our great nation. In 2017, Canadians will celebrate this great milestone, and a National Fiddling Day will be one way to help them learn about and express pride in the culture and social impact that fiddling music has had on the shaping of our country. Furthermore, we not only wish to celebrate the impact this music has had on our nation, but also the beauty that is in the instrument itself, and shine a light on Antonio Stradivari, the renowned crafter of the stringed instrument. By spreading the history of the instrument along with its historical significance, we can hopefully reach a whole new generation of fiddle players that will continue to shape the musical and the cultural landscape of our country today and tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, I did get the opportunity in second reading to put some words on the record in regards to this particular bill, and I just wanted to put the question in the form more so of a statement and just reflect in terms of the importance of the fiddle. In particular, I know the Métis community in Manitoba and many others invested a great deal of time and energy into the development of the fiddle. And quite often during festivities, and I cite Folkorama as one of those festivals, in which the fiddle plays a very important role. And I think it generates a great sense of excitement in the province of Manitoba. There's more and more people taking an interest in playing the fiddle. And maybe just to reaffirm to the member, the importance when we have days of this nature is it allows members of Parliament and others to actually promote the importance of the fiddle, because it has played a very important role in Canada's heritage. And here we can single out a day and encourage the involvement and attention which will benefit our heritage. And maybe ask the member if she would just like to provide a comment on the important symbolism and reality of the fiddle for Canada's heritage.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
I want to thank the honourable member for his statement and certainly reiterate all what he has said. And as I have said in my statement here tonight, we need to promote this. We need to keep it going so that our future generations will realize and appreciate how much the fiddlers mean to us and what they have given to Canada all right across our great country.
Questions and comments? Question Kamantide, the honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honoured to rise to support the private member's bill from the honourable member for Miramichi. When you think, and I know many have made the points of how cross-cultural fiddling is. Coming from Cape Breton Island myself, we know there are strains of fiddling that came from the Cape Breton Highlands, strains of fiddling that come from the sound of bagpipes, transposed from bagpipes to fiddles, and then the fiddling that comes from the Acadian community, which shares the same strains as the Cajuns down from Louisiana and New Orleans. And then, of course, we have stunning fiddlers, legends like Lee Cremo, who's Mi'kmaq, who also picked up the fiddle and brought his own cultural reality to fiddling. So I'm proud to support this motion, and I ask my honourable friend if she thinks there's any part of Canada where fiddling isn't relevant.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
I want to thank the honourable member for her statement and for her support on this bill. And I certainly agree that I have to say I doubt that there's ever anywhere across this great country that we wouldn't find the fiddle as an important instrument, and it certainly provides a lot of entertainment to all of us right across this great country.
Questions and comments? Question Kamantide, the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for bringing this subject up in the House of Commons to recognize the unique cultural impact that fiddle and fiddle music has had throughout Canada, rural Canada, Cape Breton Island, and in southern Ontario. My riding, Mr. Speaker, is very proud to be the home of Mark Sullivan, a three-time national fiddle champion who now lives in British Columbia, so we wish he would come back and share his music in Ontario more than he does. But the Sullivan family in Bowmanville are very proud of his accomplishments. And he's part of a network of fiddle music and traditional music, Celtic music, that really makes the country a better place. And they work together. So they've got, in Cape Breton, they've got the Leahys in Lakefield, they've got Mark Sullivan from Bowmanville connecting through with New Brunswick and Western Canada. My question to the member would be simply that, has the community recognized her work in spreading the important message of the impact of this wonderful music to our culture?
Honourable member for Miramichi.
I want to thank the minister for his question, and I assure you, yes, that I have received lots of comments and thank yous from the Miramichi fiddlers themselves, from Mrs. Murdoch, who is very proud of the fact that I am bringing this bill forth, and from many other relatives who have over the years gathered to play music in our own homes and play the fiddle. Yes, it has been very well received on the Miramichi, and I've received lots of thanks for doing this.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, now, what do you want me to play, children? This, Mr. Speaker, was how my grandfather spoke when he was getting ready to play. He would get his fiddle out of his old case, and in the comfort of the kitchen with the wood stove where my grandmother cooked every meal, his playing would bring us together, and that music still does that today. The floors of the old farmhouse would creak with the dancing of 20 children and 16 adults. That was our family. This was in 1950, and I remember it as if it were yesterday. Bill S-218 will establish National Fiddling Day, and I'm very pleased to be able to speak to this bill. Of course, I find it regrettable that S-218 is a Senate bill and not a bill from the House of Commons, but I totally support the idea of creating a National Fiddling Day. Fiddle music has been a shared activity across Canada for a very long time, from Newfoundland to British Columbia, in Quebec and on the prairies. The repertoire of traditional music reflects the many waves of immigration to Canada and is therefore a very inclusive instrument. Traditional fiddling is influenced by many cultures, and the music played in Canada shows influences of the Scottish, Irish, French, and Ukrainian communities. The instrument is cross-cultural in nature and is now part of our common culture. For example, we have the very traditional Quebec music group, Le Rêve du Diable, which comes from the name of an Irish reel, The Devil's Dream. Establishing this National Day is a wonderful opportunity to emphasize the importance of fiddling in our communities. And I have to say, in Joliette, fiddling is very important. Joliette is a place where music is front and center. We have the great La Naudière Music Festival, where every year the best musicians, whether classical or other types of music, are able to perform. It's in August, and people, up to 7,000 or 8,000 people, can come together to listen to this wonderful music. Our beautiful region has given rise to many traditional music groups. For example, La Bottine Souriante, Belzébuth, Les Poules à Colin, and Les Charbonniers de l'Enfer. Not all of these musicians come from Joliette, but many have cut their teeth in music there. They've recorded albums and given some of their first performances. I love the La Naudière Festival, the classical parts of it, but the fiddling is very spontaneous, and I'm always pleased with the social aspect of it in our communities. Fiddlers are more than musicians. They bring people together, they are communicators, and they can improvise reels for hours to the great pleasure of those that want to tap their feet or dance. In families, logging camps, at Christmas, and other occasions, fiddling has contributed a great deal to our heritage. It is therefore important culturally and socially, and it is very important, and I'm very pleased that we are recognizing its importance today. In Joliette, traditional music is still an important part of our culture. And, of course, we have our festival called Memory and Roots that celebrates this. The Joliette Cégep has a special program of traditional music. We have Saint-Côme in our area that specializes in this kind of music. Families are able to come together to dance and sing together. So we have a very strong traditional music presence. Fiddling in Joliet is therefore a very significant activity. It is true for the entire region of La Naudière. Near my riding, we even have the La Naudière Traditional Quebec Fiddling Camp. The president of the group is a fiddler, André Brunet, and he has pointed out how important fiddling is in Quebec culture and has said that if there is one instrument that is extremely authentic, it is the fiddle, which is vital to the dancing, and it brings people together. He said that every one of us is a fiddler in our soul. The president of the Canadian Grandmaster Fiddling Association, Graham Shepherd, also supports this bill. He said that in the middle of all the upheaval in our lives, the different difficult decisions that this House has to make, it is great to be able to support this particular effort. The National Fiddling Day will be an annual event, and it will be dear to the hearts of fiddlers and those that love fiddling. And the day will help us preserve and promote fiddling in Canada. I feel that these comments by those who make this type of music show that we have a very good bill and a great objective here. I spoke about my grandfather, and I know that there are many people in the House who have fiddlers in their families. This is why this bill has so much support, and I hope that we will all support it. I know that this is good news for Canada's heritage, and I would therefore invite all members of the House to support the bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to rise today to speak on Bill S-218, an act respecting the National Fiddle Day, which would designate the third Saturday of May in each and every year as National Fiddling Day. Bill C-218 will align in both content and spirit with World Fiddle Day, an annual day first commemorated in 2013, which celebrates the fiddle, violin, some would call it, family of instruments. National Fiddling Day would increase understanding of the history of fiddling in Canada. It will promote musical collaboration and offer an opportunity for community's engagement and entertainment. In doing so, this National Day would link rural and urban settings, multi-generations of Canadians, and multicultural groups to the vast range of styles comprised in the art of fiddling. And as we all know, the fiddle is commonly played at important Canadian events. Fiddling is rooted in Canadian culture. It unites our lineage, yet reflects regional diversity and culture, which is French, Inuit, Métis, First Nations, Ukrainian, Scottish, Irish, Acadian, etc. They all play the fiddle to its various different styles. Canada recognizes such a day will provide an opportunity not only to celebrate the fiddle as an instrument, but also to celebrate fiddling itself, the men and women who bring this music to life, the entertainment, the coming together of family, friends and community, and the celebration of our unique, distinctive cultures, which find such an expression through the fiddle. Indeed, the influence of exchanges between many cultures contributes to the evolution and diversification of fiddling music. Now, I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to reflect on the origins of fiddling as it relates to my riding in the island of Cape Breton. The tradition of the fiddle lives on in Cape Breton, where we are fortunate enough to have a number of world-class fiddlers such as Ashley McIsaac, Natalie McMaster, former Premier Rodney MacDonald, Buddy McMaster, Howie MacDonald, and of course our famous Rankin family band that that carried the Cape Breton music to the international audience. Now, it seems that even the most famous Cape Breton musicians are considered as friends and fellow members of the larger music community. Both Natalie, Ashley, and the Rankin family are all members of the Cape Breton Fiddlers Association, which was formed in 1973 and will celebrate its 42nd anniversary this year in Boston. Now, during the 19th century, thousands of Highland Scots immigrated to Cape Breton. And all you got to do is look in the phone book in Cape Breton, and you see the maps. They're everywhere. Bringing with them such a rich cultural tradition that dominates the island to this day. Traditional Celtic music remains as braided into the Maritime's energy, beauty, and personality as the tartan is to the kilts. Communities in the Gaelic culture were transplanted to Cape Breton, bringing the traditional fiddle style of the Highlands and the islands with them. Cape Breton fiddle music is unique in many ways. With a complex cultural history, its profound relationship with social identity on the Cape Breton island. Cape Breton fiddle music continues to thrive and evolve because it's not simply an historic artifact or a cultural curiosity, but rather a vital, evolving, and regenerating musical form. Cape Breton fiddling has slowly evolved with the careful guidance of family and local community. Cape Breton fiddling, up until the early 1980s, was often referred to as Scottish fiddling or Cape Breton Scottish music. Now, the term Cape Breton fiddling may also have become more common as our global community had become more accessible, given the international contact and communication that has increased. Perhaps with the growth in air travel and technology and communications, Cape Breton musicians and music fans have grown to see differences between the music and their music and Scottish, Irish, and other music to deem it acceptable to call traditional music by its own name. No longer is a Cape Breton musician required to be called a Scottish fiddler or an Irish player now. And less confusing, he or she is referred to as a Cape Breton fiddler. However, influences from other styles still exist to continue to be imported, exchanged, adapt to the general Cape Breton traditional style. And we have many workshops in Cape Breton at the Gaelic College where people come from all over the world to exchange their ideas and their form of music. This further emphasizes the unique and cultural diversity associated with the art of fiddling, as it is a craft that has been influenced by many diverse cultures. Now, in rural Cape Breton, early Scottish settlers were able to preserve their Highland style through their strong need to continue both their dance music and their oral cultural forms. These old and independent traditions were the basis of local entertainment. Over several generations, they came to provide relief, not just from isolation and long winters, but also from the heavy labors associated with the challenging environment, whether they worked on the farms or in the fields, or they worked at coal mines, steel plants, and the fishing fleets. The fiddle was always handy. Even though in recent times much of the original Gaelic culture has been in steep decline, the music has continued to flourish. And while a heavy evolution of the form is evident in spite of radical changes, social economic conditions after 1955, when we built the Cape Breton Causeway, Gaelic fiddling has survived intact. Fiddling represents the preservation of continuity of community. Fiddling is a building block of many communities, especially in Cape Breton and my riding of Sydney, Victoria. Inverness County is home of the Cape Breton fiddling tradition. For longer than any other Scottish settlement, the people of Inverness County continue to live as they might have lived in Scotland 100, 200 years ago. Cape Breton classic fiddling music is also linked to the Gaelic language. Most fiddlers generally agree that the sound of a correctly performed Cape Breton fiddle tune resonates with the sound of the spoken Gaelic, or some people say Gaelic language. The decline of the Gaelic language in Cape Breton could therefore be perceived as a direct threat to the survival of the fiddle tradition. Despite the perceived threats to the survival of the Cape Breton fiddle music, It has survived and continues to evolve. And it's a key factor, a key economic factor. Outmigration significantly affected the Cape Breton fiddle tradition. Playing style and sound experience and intermingling with other cultures in places like Massachusetts and Michigan, which clearly affected its evolution. Like the Gaelic language, most of the prominent language on our island, and for years the primary language of many Canadians. The fiddle tradition was believed to have suffered with the introduction of the radio and later the television to the island culture. As the language disappears, it's up to participants to decide the ability of maintaining other things which the language has influenced. For example, the fiddling in the case of the Gaelic. Now, the CBC film, the film was called The Vanishing Cape Breton Fiddler, was produced in 1972, and it was a cry for help and a plea for the survival of this most important tradition of fiddling. The result was a renaissance in fiddling, beginning with the annual Festival of Fiddlers at the Glendale in 1973. From that point on, fiddle music began to thrive again, attracting young players and wider audiences. New tactics, new sounds, but the fiddle was continuing to get back its popularity. Preparation for the successful 1973 festival gave birth to the Cape Breton Fiddlers Association, and its work continues today. The association's main mandate has been to preserve and promote traditional Cape Breton fiddle music. Since its inception, it has provided workshops and opportunities for its members to learn new tunes and techniques. It has published tunes written by its members, and it has provided venues for musicians to perform for thousands of people. It has nurtured and supported its members to excel, and as a result, many of these wonderful members are now performing worldwide. Cape Breton fiddle music became part of the global Celtic revival when Celtic music in various forms achieved a high degree of international popularity. Do I have 1 minute left, Mr. Speaker? This traditional music has helped Cape Breton in providing a boost to the depressed island economy. Tourism is taking off in Cape Breton, and one of the biggest tourism attractions, and I encourage all members to come, is in the break week in October. It's called Celtic Colours. It's when all the beautiful hardwoods in Cape Breton are full, the leaves are in full colour, while we have a big Celtic festival, a whole week of music. We have musicians brought in from all around the world, plus our own local talent. The church halls, every festival is used, every venue is used, and the music right throughout the island. And there's thousands of visitors that come to Cape Breton to enjoy the hospitality and the Celtic music it provides. So as I'm wrapping up, Mr. Speaker, and I have so much more I would like to say about the fiddling across this great country we live in, but I am supporting, and I ask my colleagues to support Bill C-218, an act of respecting National Fiddle Day in Canada. We in Cape Breton and fiddlers and people who love to fiddle across this country would appreciate this House moving this bill forward. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address Bill S-218, an act respecting National Fiddling Day. Our country is culturally diverse. Over the centuries, newcomers have been arriving in Canada and bringing with them the traditions and customs of their cultural communities. Luckily for all Canadians, these traditions and customs often include art, music, dance. The fiddle has been an important instrument in many of these communities. Across Canada, contributions from First Nations people, in addition to Canadians of English, Scottish, Irish, French, and Ukrainian heritage, have given Canada an incredibly rich and diverse inventory of fiddling styles and music. Cape Breton, Nova Scotia is considered the heart of Scottish fiddling in Canada. Since the 19th century, with the arrival of the 25,000 Gaelic-speaking Scots, Cape Bretoners have come together for house dances. These house dances are an informal gathering, music, dancing, and socializing, and they have carried out on the Scottish fiddling traditions. The most famous story of Nova Scotia is the one about Buddy McMaster, who worked as a station agent for the Canadian National Railways during the 1940s. Buddy was stationed at Valley Depot near Truro, where he often worked the late shift. In the quiet times between trains, Buddy would often practice his fiddling during the night shift. The train dispatcher in New Glasgow knew of this and would communicate with Buddy and other station agents to find out when the tracks were clear. When it was, they would ask Buddy to play a song over the dispatch, and railroad agents across the Maritimes would listen in. Buddy's passion for the fiddle ran in the family, and today, Buddy's niece, Natalie McMaster, carries on that tradition. Miss McMaster has won 2 Juno Awards, and in 2006, she was made a member of the Order of Canada, not only for her enormous talent, but for using her fiddling support to charitable causes across Canada and to raise awareness of the development issues in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Miss McMaster is a fine example of the Cape Breton style of fiddling, which was brought to Canada from the Scottish Highlands. Today, many consider the Scottish tradition to be better preserved in Cape Breton than it is in Scotland itself, thanks no doubt to the fiddling masters like Miss McMaster. Fiddling in Prince Edward Island in New Brunswick is also a mixture of cultures with the surviving Acadian influences as well as those of Scotland and Ireland. New Brunswick's most famous influential fiddler is, of course, Don Messer, who began his career on the radio in 1929 on a musical program called the New Brunswick Lumberjacks on CFBO in St. John. He became a Canadian household name in 1959 with his CBC show Don Messer's Jubilee. His playing style is known as Down East or Messer style, was straightforward and easy to listen to. Mr. Messer's musical style established what is known today as the National Canadian Old-Time Style. Don Messer's television show was reportedly the second highest rated show in Canada. Imagine this, Mr. Speaker, behind Hockey Night in Canada. It was enjoyed by all Canadians from coast to coast to coast. When CBC made a questionable decision to cancel the show in 1969, it was inundated with protests and complaints from irate Canadians, 1,500 angry telephone calls, and over 20,000 pieces of mail. There were protests on Parliament Hill and angry questions from Conservative leader John Diefenbaker in the House of Commons. Fortunately, a Don Messer television show would be picked up in the fall by CHCH in Hamilton. Fiddle music has a historic connection for many of our communities. It was a significant and common form of artistic expression for Canadians from all different backgrounds in different parts of the country. I encourage members to vote for this bill to honor this very Canadian tradition. We don't want to make the same mistake CBC did when it decided to cancel Don Messer's Jubilee. Today, fiddlers as well as festivals and community traditions are keeping Canada's fiddling traditions alive. The fiddle instrument has been an instrument that has enabled Canada's immigrants to continue their traditional cultures while they settle in their new homes in Canada. Fiddle music has contributed to Canada's rich history of community building and melding of traditions into a culture which is uniquely Canadian. I trust my honourable colleagues will join with me and agree to designate the 3rd Saturday of May in each and every year National Fiddling Day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member from Miramichi will have her 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say a sincere thanks to all of the members here tonight who have given such a strong support. I am assured that all of the members here in the House realize what fiddling music has done for all of Canada, how much value there is to this, and I look forward to seeing this bill passed and being able to have our special day for all the fiddlers right across Canada, and I know that they too will appreciate this day designated just to recognize them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mrs. O'Neill-Gordon, seconded by Mr. Dreeshen, move that Bill S-218, an act respecting National Fiddling Day, be now read a 3rd time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. I declare the motion carried.
Troisième lecture de ce projet de loi, 3rd reading of this bill.
Go ahead. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci,
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, the motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Honourable member from Saanich, Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise tonight at adjournment proceedings to pursue a question that I initially asked earlier this year. I asked the question on February 17th, and it relates to the current debate, Bill C-51, the so-called Anti-Terrorism Act, but it's actually an omnibus bill with a much larger title and much longer title, 5 bills rolled into one. The Prime Minister did me the courtesy of actually responding to my question and said this, that, quote, this was his entire response, Mr. Speaker. He said, I think it is very well known that the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 is designed to deal with the promotion and actual execution of terrorist activities and not other lawful activities. Now, having heard that very sensible sentence from the Prime Minister, now let me tell you what the question was and why the Prime Minister's response formed no answer at all. What I have been trying to ascertain from the Minister of Public Safety, from the Minister of Justice, and indeed from the Prime Minister, is how this bill will affect dissent in this country if it should fall outside of the modifying word lawful. And we'll find that phrase, Mr. Speaker, in the bill, in Part 1, following a great long list, which I must emphasize, in describing activities that undermine the security of Canada. The list that is provided in that section from A to I is not an exhaustive list. It comes under a list that has the preface, including any of the following activities. Including any of the following. It's not exclusively just this list of activities, but they're quite overbroad in their definition. A, for example, is interference with the capability of the Government of Canada in relation to intelligence, defence, border operations, public safety, the administration of justice, diplomatic or consular relations, or the economic or financial stability of Canada. It goes on from there to list interference with critical infrastructure. But this is just a list. It could be almost anything. Now, at the end of this list comes this phrase, for greater certainty. It does not include lawful advocacy, protest, dissent, and artistic expression. What I have been trying to point out, as I said on 3 occasions in question period when my questions were responded to by the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Prime Minister, is how will that phrase protect the kind of dissent which falls outside the word lawful, such as an activity that doesn't have a permit, such as, Mr. Speaker, an activity that is a conscious and deliberate decision to conduct non-violent civil disobedience, knowing that the activity is not lawful, knowing that you may be arrested, but also knowing that you have no intention whatsoever to do anything violent or a threat to anyone except to make a statement of conscience, such as when Rosa Parks sat down in the whites-only section of the bus. That was illegal, and under this language, we're in trouble. Mr. Speaker, in 2001, when the previous government first put forward an Anti-Terrorism Act in response to 9/11, this same debate took place. The word lawful appeared as a modifier in front of protest, and it took then Minister of Justice Anne McClellan some considerable time to agree with the opposition that the word lawful would make illegal wildcat strikes the subject of security and intelligence operations. The word lawful should be removed from C-51, and I wonder when Conservatives will understand the question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will attempt to respond to the member's question, although I think it's fairly straightforward and understandable, and it's in the notes here, but I'm surprised that she wouldn't actually realize it. The international jihadist movement, Mr. Speaker, has declared war on Canada, and Canadians are being targeted by jihadist terrorists simply because they hate our society and the values that we hold dear. We reject the argument that every time we talk about security, our freedoms are threatened. Canadians understand that their freedom and security go hand in hand. Canadians expect us to protect both, and there are safeguards in this legislation to do exactly that. The fundamental fact that our police and national security agencies are working to protect our rights and freedoms, and it is jihadist terrorists who endanger our security and want to take away those very rights and freedoms. Under our government, Canada is not sitting on the sidelines, as the Liberals and NDP would have us do, and instead we're joining our allies in the international coalition to fight ISIL. I'd like to take this opportunity to dispel some serious misconceptions about the important bill. First, the definition of activities that undermine the security of Canada applies only to Part 1 of Bill C-51, which enacts the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act. Under the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act, information could only be shared if it relates to a specific activity that undermines the sovereignty, security, or territorial integrity of Canada, or the lives or the security of the people of Canada. Information that meets this threshold may only be shared if it is relevant to the recipient organization's jurisdiction or responsibilities for national security. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, national security. The Security of Canada Information Sharing Act notes, for clarity, that lawful advocacy, protest, dissent, and artistic expression do not fall within the definition of activities that undermine the security of Canada. Even if some activities of advocacy, some that the very member spoke about, protest, dissent, or artistic expression are unlawful, if they violate the criminal code, they would also need to have a national security impact to qualify. So in addition to being criminal, Mr. Speaker, they would actually need to undermine the sovereignty, security, or territorial integrity of Canada. As Rosa Parks did in sitting in her seat, while it may at the time have been deemed unlawful, it certainly wouldn't have met any of those three thresholds, Mr. Speaker. The Act does not authorize any new collection or use of personal information. Recipient institutions are still limited by their lawful mandates in the collection and use of information, including information received under the Act. The Act, Mr. Speaker, does not override specific limitations respecting collection or sharing of information in recipient institution statutes. Mr. Speaker, Part 4 of Bill C-51 amends the CSIS Act. This is not linked to the Security of Canada Information Sharing Act. In fact, Part 4 of the bill mandates that CSIS mandates CSIS to disrupt threats to the security of Canada. The concept of a threat to security of Canada is clearly defined in the Act and includes terrorism, espionage, sabotage, and foreign-influenced activities. It also includes, Mr. Speaker, violent or unlawful covert acts to overthrow our system of government.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, once again, Mr. Speaker, I'm dismayed that the point that the word lawful was removed in 2001 because it inevitably does include nonviolent civil disobedience, wildcat strikes, and perhaps events that take place without a permit. The language to which the parliamentary secretary referred is the very definition that I just read out that numerous legal experts, including 100 law professors in this country, 4 former prime ministers and 5 former Supreme Court justices, have said is vague and overbroad, and which in particular the privacy commissioner for this country has said will actually blow a hole through privacy rights. And that's why it's a very, very scandalous reality that the privacy commissioner is not allowed to testify to the C-51 public safety hearings which are taking place just now. I will also add, for anyone listening, this Act allows the sharing of information to any person for any purpose. This is a dangerous provision as information sharing, and it should be removed.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we could stand here and do this all day and all night. The fact is, it's clear the member is trying to find specific issues. I've relate back. She gave an example. I stated the example actually in this case. It was an American example of Rosa Parks, would certainly not have been arrested underneath any kind of conspiracy, any kind of National Security Act. She knows it. Instead, I would love to hear her speak about the issues of national security, what we face here in this country from a jihadist movement that has actually acted here in Canada on 2 occasions that we know. We've prevented other terrorist activities from happening. What I would like to hear from her, instead of getting into the intangibles of the legislation, which is clear she may have her opinion on, as to whether or not she actually supports the direction this government is moving in, because that's certainly the direction that most Canadians believe we should be moving in, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a follow-up to a question about a policy that was put in place in northeastern Newfoundland regarding fisheries management. In fact, it's to deal with the northern shrimp issue. Before I get to that, however, I would like to express my condolences in this House to the people of the town of Cottlesville. They have a plant there, employs 150 to 200 people. Just past early Sunday, the plant burned down completely. Not to reopen. We have now 150 to 200 people out of work and trying to find work, and that's why it's so difficult within these communities because of the nature of the seasonal work and just how small they are and how dependent they are on the fishery. So back to the policy in question, what I had asked about was what's called LIFO, last in, first out. So that way, when it comes to cuts in the shrimp sector, there are basically two sectors that we talk about, the offshore, the inshore. The offshore, much larger boats, factory trawlers, they're well off the shore, so therefore they harvest the shrimp, they process it there, it goes to market. Yes, they do provide employment for Newfoundlanders and Labradorians, that is true, but the inshore sector is the one that you see, probably if you ever watch the show Cold Water Cowboys, those are the boats. These are the boats certainly less than 65 feet. So in this particular sector, however, this is the vast majority of people who live in small fishing villages or on the coast of Newfoundland and Labrador. That's where they work. They work either on that boat or in these plants that process the shrimp itself. What the government has done here is that with drastic cuts in the shrimp because of, by no fault of their own, by the nature of the fact that the stocks have declined due to scientific studies, the cuts have to be made on quotas for each sector. The problem was they made in excess of a 25% cut on the inshore sector and only a small cut to the offshore sector, when in fact, if you face drastic cuts like this, the entire sector, all individuals in the sector, all stakeholders should share in that pain. So it's an uneven, unfair regime that's been put down. It doesn't comply to what we call adjacency, where the people living closest to the resource, in this case, Area 6, shrimp fishing area, this is the area that should be top of mind. So therefore, we're asking them to review this type of management principle. Now, they will contend that we came up with it as a Liberal Party in 1997. It was talked about, but it was never enacted. The worst part about this is that they're asking them to take the vast majority of the cuts in the inshore fleet nearest the shore. But the problem is, in 2007, they asked them to invest in that fishery by making these licenses permanent. So this is the situation we are in. I hope that they will reconsider last in, first out policy, or else, or as the locals like to say, me included, maybe we should have a fish NL policy, which is first in, still here, not leaving. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague and friend for raising the issue again, and I can assure him, as I did about a month ago, that our government remains committed to the economic prosperity of our harvesters and the sustainability of all of our fisheries. Mr. Speaker, the member doesn't seem to recall that the last in, first out policy, or LIFO, was introduced in the mid-90s under a Liberal majority government. And although I think he's described the issue fairly well, let me kind of review the history of it. The offshore fleet had been developing the northern shrimp fishery since the early 1970s, and by the 1990s it was clear that there was an increase in the abundance of shrimp, which allowed temporary entrants, mostly inshore harvesters, to benefit from the increase of shrimp stock available at that time. When this new access was granted to the inshore fishery in 1997, it was made clear that this access would change in line with shrimp stock contractions, and those harvesters that last entered the fishery would be the first to exit. This is the basic principle, of course, of what we refer to now as the last in, first out policy, also known as LIFO, as my friend has said. You know, if the member wants to know more about the introduction of this policy, he could consult his colleague, the member from Humber St. Barbe Vert. As I understand, he was a member of the government at that time. Under LIFO in shrimp fishing Area 6, for example, from 1997 to 2009, the inshore fleet received 90% of any increases, while the offshore fleet received only the remaining 10%. And now that the stocks have changed, the LIFO policy is in effect, as it was agreed to by participants. While quota decisions are never easy, our priority has to be the sustainability of the stock for the benefit of future generations. As I've said, our government is committed to sustainable fisheries. Our thorough fisheries science and research is an integral part of fulfilling this responsibility and forms the backbone of all our decision-making process. The scientific process to review the status of key shrimp stocks off Newfoundland and Labrador and in the Arctic occurred recently. Results were presented to industry stakeholders during consultations at an advisory meeting held in the first week of March. Our government undertakes this process to ensure that industry has an opportunity to comment and provide their feedback, and these views help inform recommendations for quota. The annual management plan takes into full consideration industry input and the best available scientific information. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, it is very encouraging that 2014 was a year of particularly high prices for shrimp. Early indications for 2015 are that prices for shrimp may remain relatively high. Coupled with lower fuel costs and low interest rates, this presents a real economic opportunity for harvesters. Finally, I would like to note that we will continue to engage with our northern shrimp industry groups on this fishery. And when it comes to fish harvesting decisions, we will always look for the right balance between maximizing economic opportunities for fishermen and ensuring sustainable fisheries for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. This is not so much a question as I'm just going to pass comment. The member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge, Mission. This member. He was elected when I was elected. 11 years now. And he has been for quite some time the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. There have been several ministers. He has been steadfast as the parliamentary secretary. Don't let the title fool you. He has been a leader in that particular portfolio, whether it was shrimp, whether it was small craft harbors, vessel stability, the new Fisheries Act, so on and so forth. So through all that, he has been incredibly respectful, knowledgeable, and he's been good to all members in this House who had questions and concerns about fisheries in this country. I understand he's not running in the next election. I would like to take this opportunity to say to him in this House, on the record, thank you, sir, for the service that you have done. You did it very well. Thanks, Randy, and all the best.
Other than those last couple of comments not being parliamentarian, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for those kind words. I've enjoyed working with him some of that time on the Fisheries Committee as well, and I know he works very hard for his constituents, and I appreciate that. As I began, let me say that we are committed to ensuring that our hardworking fishermen, whether they be in British Columbia or in Newfoundland and Labrador, have every economic opportunity while making sure that these fisheries remain sustainable. We have seen some changes in the northern shrimp stock over the recent years and have had to adapt as necessary. It was made clear that when we introduced the policy, the LIFO policy was introduced, that if changes should come to the stock, then the ones that were last in would be the first to exit. And these were the terms agreed to previously by all parties, and it's our view that they should continue to be respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, during question period last November 28th, I asked the Prime Minister to clarify his position on CBC. We didn't need to wait very long before he gave us on a silver platter what he truly thinks about our public broadcaster. The Prime Minister took advantage of an opportunity given to a private radio station in Quebec to say that CBC is full of employers who are against the values of the Conservative Party. Many Canadians were shocked by those misleading comments, but this isn't the first time that the Conservatives have attacked this important Canadian institution. If we look back to February 2011, the minister now responsible for national defense accused CBC of lying all the time. I've often mentioned that the insinuations and threats made by Mr. Carl Vallée, the Prime Minister's press secretary, were unacceptable. I can tell you that the charm offensive that they've launched in Quebec is not going to work. Canadians and Quebecers are too attached to CBC Radio-Canada. The Prime Minister has hurt the CBC, and it will take decades to fix the damage. Not only have 800 people lost their jobs, but also CBC's mandate has been hurt. 800 people, that's roughly 10% of CBC Radio-Canada's employees. The Canadian Union of the Public Service has demanded apologies from the Prime Minister for his comments. Thousands of people work for CBC Radio-Canada. These people have varied and private political opinions, like all Canadians do. The Conservatives should conclude that the Conservatives have completely missed the point here. The Prime Minister does not appreciate Radio-Canada, I have observed. The best word that I can come up with is that he doesn't respect CBC, freedom of the press, and the media in general. As spokesperson for La Francophonie, I am very concerned about the effect that cuts will have at CBC Radio-Canada, particularly for Canada's francophones. Since 1936, Radio-Canada has been an important institution for the culture and linguistic identity of French-speaking Canadians. However, since 1936, no Prime Minister has treated Radio-Canada with as little respect as this current Prime Minister. The government seems to forget that they have obligations under the law, including the Broadcasting Act and the Official Languages Act. I am very concerned. The citizens of Charlebourg-Saint-Charles are very concerned, and Canadians are very concerned, and they are mobilizing. Look at the group Friends of CBC Radio-Canada. Thousands of Canadians, artists, and public figures are defending CBC. Look at all the petitions that we have tabled in the House over the last year. The NDP is the only party that is standing up faced with these terrible cuts from the Conservatives. The NDP is the only party that will put Canada on the right track. Canadians are against these partisan attacks from the Conservatives to hurt this strong institution that distinguishes us. We need a strong public broadcaster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure quite what the question was there. It kind of jumped all over in about 4 or 5, maybe 6 different areas. But I think what I'll do is give a brief overview of the CBC and then certainly respond to a direct allegation that the member has made on 2 occasions, including here now and once in question period. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the matter of a national public broadcaster, Mr. Speaker. Our government provides the CBC with incredible funding on a yearly basis. The CBC is responsible for its own operations. It is up to the CBC to provide programming that Canadians actually want to watch and listen to in either of our 2 official languages. Canada enjoys a sophisticated and complex broadcasting system within the CBC Radio-Canada as it exists. The role of CBC Radio-Canada as a national broadcaster, public broadcaster is enshrined right within the Broadcasting Act. In fact, the Act affirms that the national public broadcaster has the freedom of expression and journalistic creativity and programming independence from government. Now, that doesn't mean that they are not subject to journalistic standards, and I think the member needs to clearly understand that. These principles are stated multiple times in the Broadcasting Act itself. The corporation is governed by an independent board of directors appointed by the Governor and Council. In Canada, the role and the mandate of the national public broadcaster also stem from the country's particularities. These include not only our two national languages and a large and sparsely populated territory, but also reflects the needs and interests of our increasingly diverse population, our Aboriginal population, and as well as the different realities within all of our regions. CBC Radio Canada is expected to inform, enlighten, and entertain Canadians and should be distinctly Canadian. It is also expected to actively contribute to the exchange and flow of cultural expression, Mr. Speaker. The public broadcaster is charged with reflecting Canada and its regions to national and regional audiences while serving the special needs of particular regions. It must strive to produce programming of equal quality in either English or French and reflect the needs of each official language minority community. Mr. Speaker, it is a broad mandate which our national public broadcaster strives to meet by reaching Canadians through a myriad of over 30 television, radio, and digital services in both official languages and, Mr. Speaker, in 8 Aboriginal languages and in 5 languages on an international service. Again, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't make it immune to the principles stated within the Broadcasting Act. In order to fulfill its mandate of serving Canadians, the CBC Radio Canada must manage its various services in a professional and responsible manner in the current environment. Our government provides a corporation, as I mentioned, with literally over $1 billion in annual funding. Mr. Speaker, it is an independent Crown corporation. It is responsible for managing its funds effectively to meet its mandate and deliver content of interest to Canadians. Now, our government does expect the CBC and Radio Canada to use these funds as effectively as possible and provide Canadians with content they find interesting and content they want to see and hear. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear about the matter that she mentioned, though. The CBC Ombudsman was very clear on the matter, and with respect to this documentary, the Ombudsman found that the rules of journalistic standards and practices had not been correctly applied. We respect the Ombudsman finding, and Mr. Speaker, so should the member opposite.
Mr. Speaker, to answer the member, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians want to see and hear? Well, in Northern Ontario, Canadians will no longer have access to Montreal Canadiens broadcasts in French. At the national level, one of the major concerns of groups is the funding of CBC Radio Canada, particularly for official language and minority communities. We at the NDP, we promise more funding to CBC Radio Canada. This is very important, and I think the member is able to understand that if you have $100 and 20% is cut, you only have $80, and if you have to try and survive on that, it's very difficult. Thank you.
Secretary. Well, Mr. Speaker, the member makes some sort of argument that the success, the quality, the growth, the independence, the delivery of service that is completed by a Crown corporation is going to vastly improve just because money is offered and put on the table. She can say that her party is going to contribute more. That doesn't mean the quality moves up. That doesn't mean that Hockey Night in Canada stays at the CBC. I think what the member needs to understand is the changing development, the rapid changing development of programming, of what Canadians want to see, whether it be the demographic of young, whether it be the demographic of old in this country, Mr. Speaker. What's important to understand is the responsibility of the CBC as a public broadcaster, but also the quality of programming that it offers, the quality of programming that it delivers on, and the quality of programming that individuals across this country and families watch. Because when we turn to the CBC, we want to make sure that people are going to stay and watch. It's based on quality, Mr. Speaker. This argument, this red herring that somehow money is going to solve all, Mr. Speaker, I think you know as well. You've been around here a long time. Money is not the answer to everything. It's quality.
Order. À l'ordre. La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne est
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.